Greetings, one and all, and welcome to yet another edition of the Breakfast Club Jamboree or Jamborine, because this is a musical instrument that you beat a lot until you get some nice sounds. How's it going, guys and gal? How's it going?
It
Good here.
goes.
I'm
Goes all right.
convinced. I'm convinced. You sold me. You guys are obviously amazing, and that's great. Thanks again, Raven, for doing the interview last night. It was pretty cool and everything. And I'm looking forward to doing more interviews. And just in case viewers are not aware, I'm going to interview all the Breakfast Club hosts, past and present, who choose to be interviewed over the next few weeks, just for because we can. And I kind of like the idea of letting the audience get to know the people, and also it's I just feel really cool about how many people have been on this channel over the years, and Bionic Dance is coming back for an interview on Wednesday, so that's kind of cool, I think, and although I haven't yet had a chance to talk to Peach individually, I think she sounded receptive to being interviewed. So that's me and Peach and Bionic Dance are the only ones of the original 7 on this channel that I think I can get. I don't know if I can get JJ back or not. And I seriously doubt if I can get Jacob Truman either. So, yeah. But we'll see. You never know. Sometimes, we'll see. Fingers crossed. Anyway, so I did have a topic that I wanted to start discussing sort of right off the bat, and then y'all can carry on as we always do, and it can meander as such. But so recently, as you know, it was the beginning of the new year, and for an awful lot of people who buy their own health insurance, that's like a whole thing where you have to, do your yearly renewal thing, right? And anyways, I have more than one acquaintance now who every time they renew or every time they switch from a one policy to a better policy or a worse policy, whatever, now you got to go through this whole rigmarole where they withhold your medication until you get doctor's approvals for everything all over again every single time, even though you're the same person going to the same doctor with the same condition, right? And it occurs to me that for every month that they can withhold people's medication while people are jumping through the sort of red tape hoops of getting it all going again, they're making bank, or they're saving bank, I should say. And do you think it's like a deliberate policy? Because I know a few people it's happened to, and this is new to me because obviously in the UK I didn't have to experience this aspect as regards healthcare. Does this happen to anybody else?
So let me make sure I'm clear. So you're saying whenever they change their policy, they have their medicine is withheld,
or even just renew it. Yeah, I mean, there's you have to get the authorizations for the medications all over again and everything like that. And it ends up, doctors have better things to do than do the same thing they did for you last, 6 months ago or whatever. And it just seems to me it just happens to a lot of people.
Well, I mean, I have some medication that I take. I'll take probably for the rest of my life, and periodically I have to get reauthorized. So what happens is they're allowed to prescribe a certain number of refills, and then when that runs out, I technically am supposed to go back in. Sometimes they do me a solid and will extend me a month or two, but eventually I have to go in, and it's. I mean, the idea, I know for mine, I haven't had a physical in quite some time, and I haven't done blood work in quite some time. So I go in and they tell you, oh, we need to get your blood work, and we need a stool sample, and blah 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 blah. So I think, at least from the perspective of what I've faced, I don't know what your friends have faced, but what I've faced, it's supposed to be a good thing that you're going to make sure you go see a doctor, you get they check you out, make sure you're okay, and there's not something else bigger going on. But I mean, the thing is, so far, it hasn't impacted me to the point where I didn't have my meds. Like I said, I usually was able to at least get if I couldn't get in right away, I was at least able to get an extension, get them to prescribe 1 month worth or even a few weeks worth, just so I have time to get an appointment.
Right. What about the rest of y'all?
So can you hear me good? I'm good. Okay. I I'm on medication that I have to take for HIV. I am on it for the rest of my life because the HIV isn't just going to go away. So
Right.
I'm on medication for the rest of my life. I have to take it at the same time every single day. I have to take the same dosage. It's this whole routine. And every 3 months, I have to get it um, reauthorized, and sometimes that can take a few days. So if I'm out, then I have to wait for them to reauthorize it. I can go 2, 3, or 4 days without my medication. And with a virus, as we can see with coronavirus, if left untreated, viruses mutate. And if I'm not taking my medication and the virus is allowed to multiply because the insurance company didn't reauthorize it, the virus could mutate and then become immune to the medication that I've been on. Then
Wow.
medication won't work anymore. And it's something that happens to people with HIV. So what I did, knowing that this was a possibility, that it was a danger, what I did was when I picked up my meds, I made an appointment that day for my doctor, and I went to the doctor, and I told them that the medication that I was on was making me sick, and I wanted a different medication. So they gave me a different form of this, basically the same, drugs, the same active ingredients, basically. Um, and they filled that prescription that day. So I went that day and I picked up that prescription. For the remainder of the month, I continued to take the first one. And then at the end of the month, I got a new prescription for the replacement one. So now
you
that
basically have you basically have like a backup plan just in case this happens.
I have a 1 month supply of my medication just in case there's some emergency.
Right.
Because I ain't fucking dying because an insurance company wants to take too long authorizing the pills. So
right. What about you two in the top tier over here?
Well,
Go ahead.
I was just going to say the main thing that changed, I don't know whether it's actually a change, but they sent me a packet saying, hey, these are the medications we cover. Make sure you're covered. And I believe I'm covered, but that's just the main thing for me that's changed. So
I had problems such as you're describing, Paul, with when I worked in the union as a construction electrician. You had to be 90 days on a job in order to have your healthcare kick in. And once you got laid off after you were on, you could stay on for another 2 months and then they'd kick you off of healthcare. I had a string of calls that I got laid off in 2 months, each one. I finished the job and I'd get laid off. And so the entire time I'm paying into the system trying to get healthcare and then just didn't work long enough to get it, and that went on for 3 years or so. Years after that, I went to a sports medicine doctor in order to get diagnosed and prescribed some medication. And then when I decided to use VA healthcare, they didn't believe that doctor's diagnosis, so they took me off of those meds. So that was the first baseline that they took just to see how my blood looked without any medication. And every time my doctor has changed within the VA system, still within the same system. I never have to renew anything. I'm in their system. Each doctor has not believed the previous doctor. And so I've had 3 baselines done, one just going into the VA, and 2 just because the doctor changed, because they just don't trust the previous doctor's diagnosis, because I happen to have an early onset of something that usually older people have.
Wow. That sounds like a lot of hassle. Wow.
It has. And so for those 3 baselines, I go through a lot of depression through that whole month. And then finally they're like, oh yeah, you need to be back on it. And, then I get my medication.
Right.
This what gets me, and it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, Raven, but it sounds like Raven's in a situation where I used to have this problem way back, but it's been a very long time, is that you can't get the new prescription even authorized until the old one ran out, and they wouldn't allow for any overlap whatsoever, which is fucking stupid, because it's always going to take a few days to get that authorization. And it's like, well, no, you should let me authorize at least 3, 4, or 5 days before going for that before I run out, so I don't ever run out. But like that was a problem for me. Like, but that was like 12, 15 years ago. It's been a long time since that was an issue.
Yeah, I don't know. This whole system is like super confusing to me because I got quite spoiled when I was abroad. And don't get me wrong, the NHS is not perfect. There's loads of things they could fix, and a lot of them it really is just a matter of funding. But anyway, the fact that you don't have to reach into your pocket or sign anything when you go see your general doctor, or you need to go to the emergency room, or even if your doctor needs to send you to a consultant because you have some weird whatever that needs to be checked out, whatever that might be. It's all free. You don't have to, and the medication is all the same price. It's like nine or 10 pounds or whatever like that for whatever you need. And then the government picks up whatever the rest of the cost of the medication is. So medication's not like outrageously expensive. I mean, there's some exceptions to that, but I mean, for the most part, most medications that most people need are either completely free or practically free. I mean, and when I think about that, and I've said this before, I know on the stream last summer, but it just blows my mind that when they created the NHS, Britain was completely smashed. They're just coming out of World War II. The country was completely smashed. And if a country in that condition can afford national health, I am pretty sure we could manage it in this country. And it just makes me seriously aggravated that there's so much like bullshit rhetoric about how we can't afford it when it's actually cheaper than the current system, and so on and so on and so on. I mean, there's so many arguments for a universal health system, and so many reasons to notice why our current system is not functioning properly. So I just don't understand why it's not a bigger priority.
Well, because there's a lot of money in it, and unfortunately, people do not participate in the system. And as far as voting and getting politically active. So this is what we get. I mean, basically participation in elections. We had a very high turnout this past election, and we didn't even hit 70%, I don't think. And now it's considered high. And if it's an off-year election, when it's just like the House and a third of the senators, like this year will be, it's usually like 35%. And then the participation on the state level is even worse. So people wonder why bad shit happens because they don't fucking participate.
Yeah,
I suppose some people's arguments might be, the logistics of trying to make the switch to a single payer system. And I don't know.
Well, and the thing about it gets me is that overall we'd end up spending less money. I mean, that's the thing. People talk about the cost. I mean, yes, there's some upfront costs that we'd have to absorb, but in the long run, we'd end up paying less than we do. Even if we spent, I forget, I don't remember the ratios anymore, unfortunately, but I know that we pay substantially more than the Europeans did. So even if people want to say, well, that they don't, the access or whatever is a little more limited or whatever. Well, if we spent, just say, split the difference between what we're spending now and what they spend, we'd still be way better off than we are now.
True. And there are some other changes we'd have to make if we switch to their healthcare system. One of the strangest is, like, if you look at the ingredients of a Mountain Dew, there's brominated vegetable oil in it. That shit's banned all throughout the EU because they know that it causes healthcare problems. So there's ingredients, even high fructose corn syrup. We'd all have to be drinking sugar sodas instead of high fructose corn sodas because it's banned.
Yeah, but that one is stupid though, because there's literally no medical difference between the two. Chemically, they were very similar, and it's that's the one problem I do have with the EU is they have a lot of panic. Just like with GMOs, they have a lot of panic shit because people there, they have a lot of dumb people there too. Apparently,
I personally think that if something has GMOs in it, it should be allowed to be. They should be required to be, I should say, on the label that it does, so people can make a consumer choice about it. The problem that existed, I don't know, must be 10 years ago now, is that they were saying you don't have to label anything. And in the UK, there's a chain of stores called Iceland and they said they were not going to sell anything with GMOs in it, and that turned out to be a winning strategy for them. So I think people just want to have the choice. I mean, most the lion's share of people never look at a label and don't really care. So those people don't want that choice, but the people who want the choice should be able to make it.
Right, but it's not based on anything.
It doesn't matter what it's based on. They could say I don't like the way GMOs taste. And that's stupid.
But this is literally the same argument that the people who don't want to wear masks or won't vaccinate make.
Well, I mean, this is just talking about a label, though. I mean, it's just a label. It's not saying something can't be made or can't be put out there.
Make sense. That doesn't make sense, because like you can't infect someone with your not eating a GMO or not wanting to eat a GMO. You can't. That's not like wearing a mask or a vaccine. That's a personal choice. That is completely not going to affect anybody but your own person. That's not comparable.
Another thing that I would compare between, the EU's having, universal health care versus us, is they don't let their teenagers play the same sorts of football that we do, and then have them smack heads for like all the way through college, at the rates that we do. Holy shit. If we had universal health care, we might have to put some extra pads on those fuckers and make sure that we don't have to deal with their brain damage later in life.
So I want to actually respond really quick to something the Green Machine said. Consumers deserve to be able to make informed choices. Now, while I agree with that, I think in the United States today, I think it's pretty clear, and I think it's obvious that there's no such thing anymore. It doesn't matter how well informed consumers are; they're not going to believe what they don't want to believe anyway. So.
Right. Well, that's it. The whole thing about anti-GMO. That's based on like not any poor information and fear mongering. And same thing with Jim. Same thing with what was it we were just talking about a second ago? High fructose corn syrup. Medically, there's no difference. It's all bullshit. The only bad side of high fructose corn syrup is that it's cheap. It's much cheaper than regular sugar, so it becomes more prevalent in the food. But but the thing is that if you got so many grams of one and so many grams of the other, it's not going to do any different in your body. In fact, there's a lot of fruits that have the exact same ratio of the different isomers in there. So it's like, and people think, oh, this is natural, but it's the same shit. But people are like Raven said, people are uninformed. They don't know better, and they fall prey to fear mongering.
I just think the main thing is just about labeling. I mean, the worst thing that could happen is some of the companies that do make GMO products that have GMO in it might it might give the people that have the non-GMO an advantage over the others. But I just don't see a problem with labels. Labels are different than.
I don't ever see a problem with it either.
I don't see a problem with labels, and like a Green Machine, right? By my reasoning, we might as well delete the back labels. I don't think we should, but I mean, I think in some cases, I don't think it would make a difference. I think people have a right to be informed. I just don't think that when you inform people, they tend to take it seriously or believe that what you're informing them of is true.
Yeah.
And I think we just see an overabundance of that in Western society in general, but really, really heavily in the United States. So.
Yeah, people tend to believe what they want to believe. I want to welcome, after an exceedingly long absence as a guest host on the show, my friend Noel Plum 99, aka Jim. How you doing, buddy? Long time no see.
I'm doing very well. Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds pretty good there. And obviously you're in the UK, so what is it? Almost 1:30 in the morning. Yeah.
It's pretty late. But it's nice to take part. It's nice to see some of you folks. It's always pleasant to. I often watch some of these things, and it's nice to see people that I've seen for many, many years. See those old faces, and it's fantastic. So that's why I said a couple of weeks ago, I think I probably had a couple of beers. I think at the time, and I made a.
Oh no!
That could be any night, though. Really, And I said, yeah, I'd like to take part.
So totally derailing the previous conversation because I haven't seen you or spoken to you for such a long time. Your lad must be like 10 or 11 now, eh?
No, 7.
7. It seems. It seems. I don't know. It seemed longer ago to me.
He's about as tall as. He's almost as tall as I am, but he's 7. Yeah.
At 7.
Yeah. Well, he isn't as tall as I am.
You got to stop feeding him them GMOs.
Well, yeah.
He gets extra GMOs.
Yeah. He's in the 99.7th percentile height wise on the chart. Yeah. I think the GMO, just because I was listening to the GMO conversation before I joined in, I think you might find the same thing, Paul. Less of an issue in the UK. I think that it's one of these things, labeling things, but honestly, 99% of people don't have a clue about any of this anyway. So, I mean, you can label it all you like. It hardly leads to an informed choice when nobody knows what the hell, they're talking about. And even if you understand what it means, like, unless you're a scientist in the field, how can you decipher one thing from another? I don't think you're really any of the wiser with it. You are ultimately relying. It kind of reminds me of the sort of Grenfell issue in the UK with the tower block. You're relying on experts to make an expert judgment that then everybody else relies upon for their public safety, and there's no way around that,
Well, and it would be my whole thing is, I would love to believe that all the food I eat is totally safe, because it should be illegal to sell food that's not safe. It should be, and I'm pretty sure it is illegal to sell food that they know is not safe, right? But it still sometimes happens. I mean, you could argue that lots of food that we sell is not safe in the sense that it causes health problems, or contributes to whatever. But I mean, everything could be bad for you if it's in excess, everything. So.
Yeah, well, I could just tell you, I don't want to dominate the conversation, but my mother is a long-term reader of the Daily Mail. And I can tell you, over a period of years, there is nothing that you eat that is safe, right? Because there's nothing that at one time or another isn't killing you, according to the Daily Mail. I can tell you
right.
that.
How many of you, like I know for myself, if there's anything that I haven't eaten before, I've never bought at the grocery store before, I always read the ingredient list. Do you do the same, or do you just kind of ignore it and just go,
I read it. Yeah,
I read the ingredient list on things that I've not bought before, for sure. Just because I'm interested. And when I first moved over here from the UK, I was reading a lot of ingredients on the back of packages and stuff, because I find it fascinating and terrifying how much just extra stuff they just put in processed food here. There's extra stuff in processed food over in the UK. Don't get me wrong, but not it's just like, what? What is all this stuff? Or maybe they just shorten it in the UK by it's like an E number, so E12, E17 or whatever, and therefore you have to go and look that shit up and figure out what it is, and you have to really be dedicated to look up your E numbers, man.
Well, but that's just things. Yeah, so it's labeled, but if you don't know what the E mean, what it refers to, then it's pointless.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure you need riboflavin, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah, you definitely need riboflavin for sure.
Nobody does.
Yeah. Hello, Sister Danger. Welcome to the show. It's very nice to have you here. How are you?
Good evening. Hi. Sorry, things were suddenly going on here in the background. I'm doing well. So this is actually a nice reprieve from what I was previously doing. So
I'm pleased to hear that. Have you ever met Jim next to you on the screen there?
Noel Plum, Noel?
Yeah, that's him. Yeah.
That's the one.
Never met you, but have heard of you. Have watched some of your stuff in the past when I was more
drunk.
Wait, I said in the past. No, just more when I was more glued to everybody's videos in the world on YouTube. So, oh, thank you. Okay, sorry. I was looking at my glasses funny because I took them off and I was just going to wipe them down. And then I think it was actually hot glue that was on them because of what I was doing. And so I was like, what in the, that would explain why I can't see anything. So,
glue will do that to you.
Yes, it will.
Suddenly I'm thinking of
Oh, sorry. What was that, Joe?
Well, I was going to say, I looked it up. Riboflavin is vitamin B2.
I knew it was one of the B's, right? But I wasn't sure which one of the B's. I mean, I get confused
B12
because
is
all
the
the
one that
B's
you
have another
needed.
name, right? All the B's they're B this and B that, but they also have a name. Like, isn't niacin or something like that a B vitamin as well? I don't even know. I don't really need to know these things. You know, I just
B12 is cobalamin.
Everyone knows that.
Well, to answer your question, though, the question that was put out there, like reading the labels, I don't. Well, one, I don't actually buy a lot of packaged goods, really, because when I cook, and I don't like to use pre-made stuff. I just like to
I'll
cook.
bet you're a good cook, Joe.
I am. I don't. I'm not a good enough a cook to go on any of the cooking shows, though. Not that I can't cook as well, but I don't have my knowledge of like, or maybe my creativity, I guess, is not. It's funny when I watch these shows and I see people cooking and I see them make really bad mistakes, and I go, "Oh, they shouldn't do that. They should do this." And I can think of it that way, but as far as to like just come up with the idea off my head,
Yeah. So I'd like to go from Kazoom and then around clockwise to Sister Danger and then me. So who cooks in your house?
I cook. Sometimes my mom cooks, and then sometimes
you
I do
trade,
TV
yeah.
dinners.
Yeah. What about you, Michael?
Just me.
Just you?
Mm-hmm. Just me.
Are you the only person eating what you cook, or you cook for everybody else in your house?
I cook for everyone.
That's pretty cool, man. What about you, Joe?
Suzanne cooks more often, but I do cook at times. Because the part of the problem for me is I'm not the type of person to take shortcuts. So when I cook, it's gonna be it's gonna take a long time, and everything's gonna be just right. And so so she cooks probably, I would say 80% of the time. That's when we cook. I mean, there's we since COVID started, we call out a lot too, but she cooks a lot more than I do. But I mean, she would, I think we both agree that I'm the better cook, but I just don't do it as often.
I cook my ass off.
Do you like it?
Sometimes
Yeah.
it's therapeutic.
Yes.
What about you, Jim?
I feel like somebody ought to say, I never cook. But no, I do most of the cooking. My wife's, she used to be a teacher. She's a sports massage therapist now. So she's often got a client sort of coming into the evening time. So I do most of the cooking. Although that said, right, just let me say, we did say, we stood in the kitchen the other day and we did say, like, we've got a sort of range with 2 ovens and like 5 hobs, but only 1 microwave oven. And like, really, we need about 3 microwaves.
Right.
That's the cooking, really. We sort of rely, if it's like preparing veg, where you can boil it, you can steam it, or you could just stick it in the fucking microwave, quite honest. So it's like the balance. The kitchen doesn't suit our cooking style. But yeah, I probably do about sort of 80% of the cooking.
I kind of imagine Noel cooking over an open fire.
That's it doesn't work like we're not in one of your videos where you're going through some old abandoned building,
What about you, Sister D?
Yeah, I think everybody knows that I do not cook, and it is for the good of humanity.
I admire your humility.
I made myself a grilled cheese sandwich the other day, and I think that is perhaps the most cooking I've done in months.
Wow.
Months.
Yeah,
I do not cook. So
a lot of people would envy that level of that. That's almost a privilege not to have to cook very often, I suppose.
But that's because I vacuum the floor, I clean the bathtub, I do the toilets, I do all the cat boxes, I share the dishes with everybody else, I do laundry, I clean up everything else.
I totally believe that. I'm sold. Yeah, that's convincing. In my house, and when we're here in Colorado, both of us do the cooking, but we don't really do anything very elaborate, hardly ever here. But when we're in St. Louis, because we're in civilization, we tend to get a lot of restaurant food because, So, but up here on the mountain, you don't want to have to go all the way down. And by the time you get something, it's cold if you bring it back hot. And cooking up here is fine, but then I don't know. It's just we we're old, right? So we don't have like great big elaborate meals anymore like I used to. I just want to nibble, but I like to nibble all day long. So
when I'm curious of, like I've got a lot of cooking kit. I mean, I've got all the different pots and pans. I got like all clad, and I spend a lot of money on cooking utensils and spices. Like I've got a whole cabinet that's just spices, and there's like and so it's like any time my wife will say, "Oh, do we have this?" I'm like, "Of course I have." In fact, there's times when people come over to visit, I'm like, "Do you need any spices?" Because I tend to overbuy. And the problem with spices, if you don't use them up fast enough, they tend to lose their potency. So I'm like, here, just take stuff home. Just if you could, please take some spices.
I was in Boulder just before Christmas, and I wanted to buy a wok. Right now, to me, that should be like the simplest thing to find in the world. Right? You can't find a real wok in Boulder. Not a real. They have these things that are like woks, but they're just basically like a great big pan with tall sides with a flat bottom, and a wok does not have a freaking flat bottom.
I thought you said you can't find a rock in Boulder.
It's made of rock.
So are there no Asian stores around, like Asian markets anywhere around?
I haven't found one if there is. And I've been in a few just like your standard sort of like, chain stores looking for, I am actually offended that you can't find a wok. It should be that to me, a wok is like a ladle or a spatula in its usefulness. It's, so yeah.
It is if you've got a gas ring. If you've got like a standard electric ring, it's like it's going to take you about 5 hours. That flash cooking isn't going to work, is it?
No, it doesn't really work. It's even worse on those halogen hobs. I hate those halogen hobs.
Yeah, though I tried to cook Parmesan cheese crisps the other night, and for anybody that doesn't know, all you have to do is open a bag of Parmesan cheese and put it onto the cookie tin and put it in the oven, and I burnt them. Like that's it. Like you turn on the oven and you put them in, and I was like, oh, I can do this. And then I got to talking to somebody, and I was like, oh,
Actually, you guys made the point about trying to cook on something other than gas. In New York, they're trying to pass a law to outlaw gas stoves, so to cut down on the greenhouse emissions. And I'm like, well, but you can be grandfathered if you have one, but they're gonna basically they're not going to allow gas hookups to new buildings. And I'm like, but I can't cook on any of those other things. Like you said, wok's useless if you don't have gas.
Yeah. You need fire for a wok.
Yeah.
Why do you need fire for a wok?
Because the heat moves upward and goes on the entire bottom. If you just have a heat plate, it's only going to cover the very center.
It's made of metal, right?
It doesn't.
That's right. The way a wok is shaped, and it conducts the heat, so that it's hot. It's hot all the way, but it's less hot at the top, and you toss it around. And so, if you're actively cooking you have to be actively cooking with a wok. You don't walk away from a wok when you're cooking. But yeah, it just
walk away. Well, see, yes, basically
Walk on by Dionne Warwick.
Yeah, you need a fire because the fire is going to lick around the sides of the vessel.
That's right.
Because you need enough heat. Otherwise, you're not going to have enough surface to get the good cooking.
Yeah, it just gets unevenly hot.
I was going to say it's interesting.
Okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
It's interesting that with the saying, well, for the environment, I've been watching a few videos recently because in the UK they've been talking about these new ways of heating houses and the problems with them. And one of the suggestions is we swap our gas over to hydrogen. And it was really interesting interview with a guy from Bosch boilers, he's been working on creating hydrogen boilers, right? Which effectively they split water and then you just convert it back to water again. It's brilliant in that respect. But he was talking, and it's the things you don't think about, of converting us over from natural gas to hydrogen. He's saying it's possible. We can use the pipes we've got. But what he was saying is, like, some of the things, like, for example, when hydrogen burns, it's invisible, right? So you don't know whether your boiler's on or not. You've got your gas stove. You don't know if it's on or not, which is obviously a bit of a risk. And the other one is that the burn back speed is 6 times greater. So when you turn your gas off, the gas diminishes faster than the flame front can go backwards. That's not the same with hydrogen. It'll just travel back down, you know. So the first trials they did, some of them were a little bit dangerous. Yeah.
I've done work on hydrogen plants when I work in the industrial gas industry, and like, because like what Jim was saying, like the flame burns so clear that people know, and this is not an exaggeration, people walk around with brooms and you sweep in front of you when you walk, because if the flame hits the broom, it'll actually burn colder than it was burning, and you'll get a flare, and you'll know, there's a hydrogen jet, because if you have a high pressure hydrogen jet and you walk through it, it'll cut you right now. And that's why, again, when I hear all this stuff, again, having worked in the industrial gas industry and knowing how dangerous hydrogen is, I'm like, no. Plus the fact that, okay, if you're going to split water and then burn it, that's very, very energy inefficient, because it takes a lot of energy to split hydrogen. So
that's right. It takes a lot more energy to get it out of the water than it does than you will receive in return for burning it.
Right, which means now you have to generate an enormous amount of electricity somewhere else. So unless your electricity source is something that's clean, all you've done is move the problem from one place to another.
We just need to mine hydrogen from the sun. Solved.
Yeah, until we run out of oxygen, then that's the only problem, isn't it?
I saw an article today that I don't know, something. What's that main UK news? Anyway, it said that scientists say that the Earth's next great extinction phase has officially begun.
Okay, and
like mass extinction
that's
phase.
vague, though. I mean, extinction phase in the sense of biodiversity loss, because that's been going on my whole life.
Well, I don't know. I didn't read the article. I just read the headline.
Well,
Isn't that what you're supposed to
happened
do?
already,
Read them, feel sensationalized, and then like go on to the next thing.
Well, I think the idea is that it's accelerated to a certain point where it's going to mean a substantial loss in biodiversity in a recognizable period of time.
Yeah, well, I mean, I remember last summer, or heck, I keep 2021 is almost like it didn't happen. Summer of 2020, before I moved, I read an article that said that 50% of all animal life on Earth has died since 1970 in terms of the numbers of each species. And that's right across from insects to fish and mammals, lizards, everything, all across the whole spectrum. But, you know, I mean, the lion's share of it, of course, is insects, because insects make up like 95% of life forms on Earth, you know.
Yeah. Is this because of people or because of environmental? I mean, people in a more direct sense, like they're hunting them. Yeah,
well, I don't know about hunting necessarily, but just ruining habitat by encroaching on it. You know, every place people live, animals tend to scatter and try to go further away into the wilderness places as much as possible. Some animals adapt pretty well, like crows and squirrels and stuff.
Bears and alligators hanging out in people's houses in Florida and whatever up in the mountains. I don't know. I seen an alligator on a pool noodle the other day going up a river in a news article.
Well, and that's my wife lived in Florida for 11 years, and she said like if you had a pool, you didn't go in your pool at night, because unless you had like a pool that was lighted from underneath, because there was even odds that there would be a gator in your pool. So at least in the daytime you could look in and see, but you didn't just jump in dark water without knowing for sure whether it was occupied.
Yeah, I mean, hazardous animal patrols are a really big, thing in Florida. There's like a number to call. It's like right there on the first page of your phone book with all the other emergency numbers. If you see an alligator or a snake, call this number.
I think at least people care nowadays, though. I mean, I think that's the promising thing, is that people actually care, and it's scary when you look back like 100 years back. the sort of the attitudes then,
Just kill it.
Nobody gave a crap. There's a wonderful story I had. I think it was with the great auk. It was like the last few great auks, which I think's one of these sort of flightless birds, and it was like the last few. And in Victorian England, they knew there was only a few left, and so the environmentalists at the time went out there to save the last few. And their idea of saving the last few was to kill them and stuff them for posterity. Right, so that shows you the change, over the years. Really, I suppose so. That's at least a positive. At least I think everybody's sort of singing from the same hymn sheet. Even if everybody has a sort of different idea of where it's headed and everything else,
Man, I just want them to start resurrecting things from DNA. I want to see like the dodo bird. Come on. Let's get some of these cool animals, bring them back to life. What about those what's that?
How about the carrier pigeon?
The passenger pigeon.
Passenger pigeon, yes, that's what I meant. Yes.
There was a time in North America where flocks of passenger pigeons were so thick they blocked out the sun, and they were killed by the millions. And now there's none. They're gone.
Well, that's what gets me about the right wingers here in the U.S. They act like, how could it be possible for us to like have a negative impact? Like, dude, you pick up a fucking book, man. And we've been doing this for ages, and we've killed off all sorts of shit.
I wonder why we think it's negative.
You think what's negative?
Well, so species die off all the time, right? And surely before the modern era, when we have a much greater knowledge of all these different cool kinds of species, a greater ability to study them, et cetera, and just see the world, people had some kind of a care, but it wasn't a big moral concern for them. And surely things went extinct and still do go extinct all the time. We don't even know that they've gone extinct, right? So why, when we do know that thing, do we feel that there is some great loss to it? I'm not saying I don't. I actually do. Like that stupid movie, the one that I didn't like, the Don't Look Up movie, the best parts of those movies was the when they would like show the bees close up. And I'm like, oh,
the ecology depends on everything else. You know what I mean? I mean, the trees hold the soil down, and the soil feeds the trees. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but, I mean, is that what you feel as the sad thing? Is just that the trees aren't going to be there, or is it more of a?
Do you think part of caring, though, and the difference between the attitude we had and the attitude we have now is that the world seems a lot smaller, right? At the time, it was like we only knew a bit of it, and it was like, as far as a sort of minds went, probably. I mean, I wasn't alive then, old, but not that fucking old. It kind of went on forever, so it would just sort of replenish somehow. Whereas now we've seen all the way around it. You can fly all the way around it, and it's like we realize, shit, if it disappears on this little ball, then it's not there anymore, and that's it.
Well, the other thing too, you got to remember like how much the population has exploded. I mean, it was difficult for us to wipe out whole species. I was just looking it up. There was about 1 billion people in 1800. There was about 2 billion people in 1900, and now we're like around 8 billion. So the thing is our ability to do damage, and the fact is that as species die and ecosystems collapse, it's going to have an impact on us, and that's why we care. It's not that it's sad that this species goes away or not. Is that it's causing ecosystems to collapse, and it means that we're going to go away if we don't stop it.
I think it's both, really, because I don't want to lose polar bears because I love polar bears and I love tigers, and I don't want to lose tigers. You know what I mean? And it wouldn't affect me personally, but I just have to care about these grand animals that have been around for millennia.
I mean, I care about the diversity of nature.
Sure,
we had driven species into extinction all the time. I mean, it's not anything new. We did it years and years and years ago. So it's not a new thing. What is different, though, is our understanding of our, biosphere, right? We are understanding this entire environment is a web. And when you start taking pieces out of the web, parts of it begin to collapse. Our impact 100 years ago, 200 years ago was a lot smaller than it is now. Now we're looking at Puerto Rico, where they're having an issue where the insect population is crashing through the floor, and they don't have a fucking clue why. That is a kind of a problem where the shit will roll uphill, basically, because
Yeah.
the frog population, the reptile population will then crash.
Right.
Yeah,
And then
oh,
go
sorry,
ahead.
go ahead.
Oh, go
Oh,
ahead.
no. No, I just,
Well, I
I
just
don't,
want to give a comparison. I looked it up here. So of the known species in 1800, 39 of them went extinct in the next 100 years. 39. We're almost to that per day right now,
Right.
Christ.
and that was 100 years versus a day, and
Yeah.
that's just not sustainable.
Yeah.
I guess I think that it's more related to, I mean, yeah, of course, there's the environmental concern, but I think that with the ability to actually intervene in order to save species, that we then feel a responsibility to use that power for that force power for good. And so it is more uh, um, wretched if we don't, I guess. And I guess that also when you have the ability to do that, right? Like if you had the ability to save the Library of Alexandria from burning 3 times, why would you do that? You would do that because you're looking to preserve like some sort of knowledge, right? And isn't that basically what species are? They're some kind of knowledge vessel, whatever that may be, with the way that they relate to all the rest of the ecosystem, the greater ecosystem. And so we look to preserve that. But when we don't have the ability to do it, we don't feel an obligation to do it because we know that it's already beyond our reach anyway, right? I don't know. That's
So
kind of,
I wanted to say, I love you, Joe. And I am glad that so often we're on the same page. It's amazing.
Yeah. One thing to this, I was kind of follow up on something Jim said a few minutes ago, that as people, we care. We still have atrocities, still terrible things that happen in the world, but we overall care more, so even about one another, about our fellow human being, and because I point out like some people that are feeling really cynical about humans because we kind of suck a lot of the times, but you look at like now when there's an atrocity, at least most of us recognize this is a horrible thing that shouldn't happen. It still happens, and we might not be in a position to do anything about it, but we recognize it. You go back to 300-400 years ago, it's like, oh, it's Thursday. Oh, they're pillaging and raping again. Oh, well, it is Thursday. I mean, that's just what happens on Thursday. This was just normal. Especially if you go back 800 years ago. Oh, it's the regularly scheduled rapings and the beheadings are next Thursday. Alternate Thursdays, and life was cheap, which is weird because life was harder and there were fewer people. But
Do you think there's also something, and I don't want to make this because to me, maybe in the States, this is a more political sort of discussion, but I don't want to make it a political discussion, but there's something about a kind of conservative mindset that is amenable to all these things, right? Whether it's the tradition of a ceremony or an old building or an old way of doing things that you want to conserve, or whether it's a species or an environment. Maybe you don't see that in the States so much because there is this divide with the nature thing. But I think there is a sense within us, that has that sort of facet, and you can't necessarily, like Sister Danger says, like, why are we bothering? And there's a part of me that thinks, well, I don't know, but I just want to. The same way as like the state opening of Parliament or anything. I just see these wonderful sort of things, and I think I want to keep them. When I was a kid, we used to keep. There's near where I live. There's an aerodrome during the Second World War. It was an airstrip, and there's a pit there that was it was where they repaired some of the planes. Now there's sort of buildings around it, which are sort of factories and stuff, but the airstrip is still there, all overgrown. And this pit was there, and there was great crested newts in there, and they'd all been shot apart from a pair of them. Somebody must have had an air rifle and shot them. And with my father, we caught them at about, I don't know, I was about 9 or 10 years old. And for about the next 8 or 9 years, we bred them and sort of reintroduced the offspring into the wild. Now, I don't know what good that did, but we felt like we were doing some good there. You know, it felt like the right thing to do.
I just
And
feel like
it
there's going
was
to be a
sort of-
butterfly effect from that, though. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that comes to sort of everything, you know. I think it's easy to sort of dismiss that sometimes and sort of let's get off with the old and in with the new. But I think to me, it all ties in together: tradition and old buildings and species and all these things. That desire to sort of hold on to a little bit of the past, and you know, it can be misplaced. Don't get me wrong, and there are things that need to change in societies, attitudes and prejudices and all that lot. But there's definitely some good in all of that, I think.
Yeah,
I
I'm reminded of the movie the Planet of the Humans, which was produced by Michael Moore, but he didn't make the movie. And at the end of the movie, spoiler, at the end of the movie, there's some footage of they just slashed this forest, I think someplace in Indonesia. And there's I'm not sure if it's an orangutan or some other kind of great ape, but there's an ape in the water that's clearly struggling. And the forest on both sides of the water has been completely slashed. And they pull this poor beast out of the water and put him there on the edge of the river. And I just started crying because it's like, what are you saving that thing for? What are you saving him for? You just took away his entire everything. Why did you save him?
Yeah.
You know, and it's at the end of the movie because that's the whole metaphor for the situation we're in with climate change. You know, I mean, it might already be too late, but we still have to try.
Well, one thing I'm curious of too is there any kind of thing that when I was thinking of the situation Jim was talking about where clearly someone was basically using violence against these poor news. They're killing a defenseless creature for no reason and getting sport out of it. And then I just wonder if there's a natural tendency in us when we see something like that to try to protect, to try to heal. And so it's kind of the same thing. So if we see species getting destroyed because of human activity, but there's a certain amount of us that protector is like, well, no, we have to stop the people that are hurting these things. We have to protect them.
So I would say that anytime we see something new, like a new species, the first thing we think is, ooh, stew.
How much power do we really have at this point in stopping climate change? I'm not saying we shouldn't try it. Don't get me wrong at all. I'm just wondering, how much power do we have at this point after all the damage that we've caused already? How much power do we have to stop climate change?
Depends. The answer to that depends on what you mean by stop it.
Yeah, if you mean stop it, it's zero. Yeah.
So to stop it zero. Here's the thing. Like if we were to stop if tomorrow morning we wake up and a bill is put forward in Congress that stops the use of all fossil fuel use and plastic bags and a whole deal, and all of a sudden we've completely reversed course as a country and we're 100% green immediately. And then Europe and China and everybody else is like, well, fuck it, we can do it too, and everybody follows suit, right? So by the end of the week, right, there is no more greenhouse gases, zero man-made greenhouse gases going into the atmosphere. We're still losing Florida. We're still losing probably New York City. We're still losing millions of people in China alone, millions and millions of people
who live along the shoreline.
Because we've already paid for a certain amount of damage that we didn't get yet. Yeah. So since we paid for it, it will come. It's just that the climate moves slower than we do.
Right.
So
it really comes down to, and this is unfortunate when Jim, you mentioned about the difference between the conservatives here and there, is that I've heard people on the right wing in this country who basically have the attitude, well, if we can't do anything, let's hit the accelerator. And I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? It's like, well, okay, well, we're Selma and Louise and we're driving toward the cliff. And you know what? If we just slide down the cliff, we might, we might tumble, we'll survive. But fucking, I'm going to go launching into the sky because I want to get 60, 70 feet of air before I plummet to my
Turn
death.
those patio heaters up to max.
Yeah. It's like, what the hell, man? It's like, okay, just because it's going to be bad doesn't mean we have to make it worse.
To me, the whole climate, that climate example is sort of like you're going in your car, you're much too fast, and there's a whole crowd of people ahead of you. Is it worth braking? Well, yeah, you're going to hit some of them maybe, but I should brake anyway. Yeah.
So I wanted to actually, like,
the number.
The Green Machine said something that we have the technology to reverse it, and it's actually true. There is the technology to capture carbon out of the atmosphere, and it would actually reverse it. The amount of will, the amount of cooperation that it would take, the amount of money, the amount of resources that it would take to mount a project to do it in a way that's going to be like
meaningful,
successful, and really, successful is beyond anything I think that we are capable of at this time. So it's no longer, like, for a long time it was technology. I don't think it's a technological thing anymore. Now I think it's a people problem.
Yeah. I mean,
do you think if we eventually get to a point where we have a one world government, and I know people are like, oh, that's so terrible. Well, I think at some point it might be necessary for us to have a one world government. Do you think at that point we'd be able to do something like this if there was a one world government?
No, the center cannot hold, to quote Yates. I mean, the more you try to when power has to be concentrated by necessity, but the further away from power reality gets, the less control it has over those extremities. That's just, I don't think you could ever have a one world government because people would have to want a one world government. And I just don't see the international will for that, even theoretically.
So if we were visited by aliens, that would change that attitude.
You think really, or is that just sci-fi? Honestly,
well, I mean, sci-fi they based that, I think, on the concept that if we had the hope of facing an enemy that was from outer space, or dealing with an outer space civilization, we would have to do it as a single civilization.
Only if that thing was attacking us. If that thing was not attacking us, it, like, basically, if it was aggressive, it would have to be, that is all of our enemy. If it was not aggressive, I believe that the governments would vie to gain advantage with it in some sort of a political way, just like we do already with individual countries.
I mean, when you talk about a one world government there, I mean, during the Second World War, Stalin allied with the UK and the USA. That can happen, but that's different. I don't think there was ever any consideration that you could have one government.
No. Furthermore, Jim, since you've had experience with the recent Brexit issue in your country, and I do recall prior to the vote for Brexit, you were saying that even though you thought there was problems with the EU, that better the devil you know than the devil you don't know. I mean, that's a horrible oversimplification of your video.
Yeah.
But I mean, that was basically the takeaway, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, I think the EU is quite instructive about how difficult it is to get sovereign entities to cooperate.
Yeah. It is, yeah. I mean, that is one of the problems with the EU. Yeah.
I mean, it's
an absolute nightmare, and it correlates. I mean, some of the issues you see with the United States as well, with all the different states, and they're all different sizes, and in some ways, like, do you represent, as they do in one of the chambers, the actual size of it, or in some ways you have the same number of representatives either. Like, nobody's happy either way, are they? And that kind of happened in the EU. I think that's a big problem. You have a tiny little country and a great big country, and we see the same thing in the UK now with Scotland. You've got 5 million people in Scotland, and virtually another 60 million people outside of Scotland. And quite honestly, from my perspective, the Scottish people aren't happy or at least the Scottish National Party, aren't happy with the idea that the Scottish vote should be 5 million out of 65 million or whatever. They feel no, we're 1/4 of the UK. It should almost be 1/4 of the say. There's no way around that. I don't think. I mean, it's very difficult.
And then continuing that, I have disagree with. I used to think the way Raven does, but and here's the thing. I mentioned this before in a previous live stream that when I started watching the show Falling Skies, which started off really good, and then at a certain point you had all these backbiting and all these factions, and humans were like at odds with one another. And I'm thinking, no, that doesn't make sense. If an alien came here, we would band together. And then COVID hit, and I watched the just overwhelming selfishness and stubbornness of humans in my own country who basically couldn't give a fuck about. I want to go to the mall, and I don't want to be inconvenienced and wearing a mask or whatever. And I'm like, oh no, yeah, I was totally wrong. Like people totally would backbite and horrible. So I think even if the enemy was aggressive, I agree with Sister Danger. Not only in the peacetime would there be countries vying for favor with those aliens, but I think the same thing would happen if they weren't, even especially if they were aggressive. But and for anyone here that's a Babylon 5 fan, remember the people who collaborated with the Shadows, right?
Right. Well, here's my thing about it, right? I mean, how many different versions of the theme Ancient Aliens have there been? I mean, the frickin' History Channel has a program called Ancient Aliens, right? I mean, how's that history? Anyway, but I mean, the reason I'm bringing it up though is because
it's history because Battlestar Galactica.
I wouldn't like to pin a number on it, but I think a substantial minority of humanity probably believes there are extraterrestrials who have visited the Earth.
It's statistically more probable than having none. Oh, visited Earth. Well, existence is more probable.
Existing is much more probable. Visiting Earth's just, to me, just preposterous, but whatever, But that's a whole different conversation.
Do you think things would change if there was a pandemic that killed it was a 20% death rate?
Like
if it was at that level, do you think the world could come together a little bit more if there was something like that, or are you so cynical that you think there's really nothing that could bring us together?
I think literally your children would have to pop like a balloon to make parents go, oh my God, I can't let that happen.
Even then, no.
Well, like the death rate during the Black Plague was about 20%, and basically people use it as an excuse to hate on Muslims and Jews. So, so we know when that happened, we didn't.
I mean, and people would lie about what the death rate is. I mean, they do that now,
right?
People are lying about the contagion rate and about the death rate and everything else, and the right wing is like intentionally, constantly under, representing what it is, saying, see, it's no big deal, and it just isn't true. It's just, it's absolutely correct.
It's very difficult as well because politicians are politicians, and there's so much at stake for them, and like if you look at the UK, I mean, Boris Johnson's government made some horrendous howling fuck-ups, right? So when they got one bit that went well, which you've got to give them credit for, which is that they got lots and lots of vaccines and rolled them out, they're not then going to give them away, right? That's all of a sudden, for all the shit you've given them now, was like second place in the world. They're not going to go, well, do you know what? Who else needs these? Right? That's just not going to happen, is it? It's like, and every country has those concerns because it's not going to be equal. It's a mountain range for every country, and everybody's got their own little concerns, when it comes to the politicians.
Well, and the sad part there is that if we don't help the third world, then there's just going to be a new variant that grows there and comes back and gets us later on anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think eventually we're all gonna. I mean, in the UK, they reckon 97% of people have antibodies now. That ultimately you're going to have some generic protection, and we're going to have to get on with it. At some point down the line, the same as we do with everything else.
Did any of you people see the movie Eric the Viking? It was Tim Robbins. Okay, it's a fun movie. It's a B movie, but it's a really fun B movie. So there's one part they go to this place called Hy-Brasil, which is kind of mythology. And the mythology is that there's never been a murder in Hy-Brasil, but if there was one, and part of the reason why is because if there's ever a murder, if a drop of blood ever spills on the soil of Hy-Brasil out of violence, the island will sink into the ocean. So at some point that happens, and so while it's sinking, and so all the people are going to the leader, who's Terry Jones, and they're like, Lord, the island's sinking. He's like, no, it's not happening. It can't happen here because no, of course not, because there's no murders here. And then they're going in there. It's up chest like, oh yeah, and he has this meeting. I heard you've all heard the rumors. It's just wild speculation, but I want to assure you that Hy-Brasil is not sinking. He's like, blah, 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 blah.
He's like, don't look up.
Right.
It sounds like the Iraqi information minister, doesn't it? Back in the day.
Jim,
Oh,
did you see
Superman
Netflix?
and I was just saying Superman and Krypton. So
Yeah.
Right.
Could I just ask Paul? It's slightly off topic this, but when you said that the idea of aliens being visited us in the past is preposterous, did you mean like in any circumstance? Because
I've talked about this before, so I'll keep it as brief as I can. But I mean, I'm more open to the fantastical notion of being able to open up one dimension to another. And travel, some sort of way that we don't yet understand across space. Traveling across interstellar space in a single lifetime doesn't seem possible.
Okay, yeah. I'm with you on that.
Who said it was a single lifetime?
Yeah.
Even if your lifetime is 1,000 years. I mean,
No. Multiple lifetimes on the same vessel, like generations.
Oh, yeah,
generation ships
or whatever.
So
Sure.
you're kind of pessimist as I am, really. That it's just simply the amount of time it takes you to get up to sort of close to light speed and then slow down again. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, it's extremely unlikely.
Yeah.
I guess I won't say it's definitely didn't happen, but I think it's extremely unlikely.
Yeah,
it seems extremely unlikely to me.
Yeah, I'm fine with that then. Yeah.
I mean, but the point I was trying to make is because y'all were talking a moment ago about how people would pull together if they knew there were aliens. Well, a lot of people already think there's aliens and they don't pull together. So
right, like the reptilian aliens that live in the center of the earth and are taking over our politicians, right?
Well, that
man, all I can think of is that guy with the weird hair, and he has this. He says, "I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens." Okay.
I love that guy. I love that guy so much.
I just think it's funny that he looks like a Centauri from Babylon 5.
He looks like Beethoven. I think that guy is amazing. I like to put him on the History Channel and just let him go and do the alien show because it puts me to sleep. He's so soothing. I'm like,
I would like to discuss this comment from Vegas here. I'll put it on the screen. You guys are lying if you think the idea of ancient aliens isn't cool as hell. Fake as shit, sure, but still cool idea. I mean, yeah, cool in the same way that superhero movies are cool, I guess. I like superhero movies.
Yeah.
It's nice to fantasize about stuff like that. But the problem with ancient aliens theories is that it gets in the way of real science. It stops people from understanding that also some of the accomplishments that our ancestors or predecessors
should be given. People are stupid. If it wasn't ancient aliens, insert something else. Pick a topic. People are dumb.
Some sort of religious thing or something, probably,
Give
right?
it a name,
I wanted to point out that Paul made the comparison with ancient aliens to superhero movies. A lot of them are aliens, though. So
only DC though, not Marvel. Only DC. Dark Horse DC, no Marvel.
So I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name correctly. If anyone speaks Greek, but Giorgio A. Tsoukalos. It's Tsoukalos or Tsoukalos or something like that.
And it's like trying to pronounce Vangelis's real name, his full name.
You've just done.
I was like, didn't you just say it, Vangelis?
Yeah, Vangelis. He just said it right.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever actually heard anybody else say it. I only have read it. That's funny. I didn't actually know that was even a person's name. But that's okay.
There's George Michael's real name. If you look up George Michael's real name, it's like how the hell do you pronounce that?
It's like
Wow.
Papadopoulos or something like that. Yeah.
That
yeah.
is kind of funny. I don't know. I didn't realize things like Pink Floyd and Creedence Clearwater were actually not people when I was a little kid.
Yeah. So it's
Well, how about-
Georgios, Kyriakos, Paniotou.
Who the heck is that?
George Michael.
George Michael.
Oh, wow.
God bless you.
There's a great clip with there was a British band called Simply Red with a lead singer called Mick Hucknall, and he went on an American TV show, and the guy goes, "Yo, Simply." That's how he introduces him. He assumes that's his name.
Okay, how about Steely Dan? I used to think that
Yeah.
was someone's name. Totally.
I did too.
And it ends up it's the name of a metal dildo. That's what it came from.
No way.
Yes, it's the name of a metal dildo.
Before, not after. Wow.
They literally got their name from some sort of a fiction that had a dildo called Steely Dan, and that's where they got their name.
Okay, fans of Beat Generation literature, Fagan and Becker named the band after a revolutionary steam-powered dildo mentioned in the William S. Burroughs novel Naked Lunch.
Steam powered. I wouldn't want anything that was steam powered. Steam is hot. It is evaporated water because it was boiled. Would not want that anywhere near my vagina. That's vagina.
Pipe comes loose and you're in real danger. Aren't you?
Holy smokes! That
gonna
that
get
is
a
like a
drink and I'll be back
McDonald's
in.
incident waiting to happen down south, man. Like,
Yeah, it's like, and just think, Gwyneth Paltrow has convinced people to steam their vagina on purpose.
what?
You didn't know about that? Oh God, yeah, she's whack-a-mole.
nuts.
You're not one of the hip chicks, Sister Danger. You didn't know that? Don't you mean to say you don't have a special vagina hoover that you steam clean your vagina with?
No, I do not.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll post the link.
next Christmas is sorted then.
I just do an old fashioned. I take a shower. What?
Yeah, I'll post
What
it
is
in the private chat, and then on the main one.
What
Yeah,
is the supposed medical benefit or any kind of benefit of using this steam cleaner? Does it get out your old, 70-year-old woman wrinklies or something? I mean,
It's supposed to get rid of the grime and the dirt and the clean. It's like, well, what's in your vagina, Gwynny? Because any vagina I've been near did not need a steam cleaning.
Man, all I can think of now is this ad for, I don't know what it is originally for, and it says centipedes in my vagina. It's more common than you think.
I think it might be the rocks that she sells that you're supposed to place up there.
yeah.
She's got a whole line of the goop rocks. Well, maybe there's like residue from them. Maybe you need to steam clean afterwards.
The Benoit balls. Is that? I mean, that's,
they're no, it's like a little egg. It's like a jade egg.
They're egg shaped.
it's basically the same idea. You put it up there and you do stuff to help strengthen your vaginal muscles. So, like you put it up there and then you walk around with it, or you do jumping jacks with it, or whatever. And can keep it inside while you're doing that, and it strengthens.
I probably shouldn't mention this, but so long ago when I was young and had hair, I was at a strip joint. And I saw a stripper put herself down on a stack of $50 and then let them out one at a time.
Holy
That is impressively awesome. Actually.
Wow, that's some serious muscle control.
Well, they say that belly dancing, one of the one of the histories behind belly dancing and its development as a dance art form was way, way, way back in the day. The art of belly dancing basically exercises a woman's muscles on the inside in such a way that it makes childbirth a much more smooth activity to happen. So, and like the things that you learn, like the motions you learn how to do and the way you learn how to control your muscles. But the same thing, like with the Benoit balls, like one of their practical uses, for example, is it's not just like, yay, let's have a snapping vajaya, but it also helps with like bladder control issues and other such things like that, that if you've had children or multiple children, those become real issues for women, you know, because babies sit on your bladder and do a whole bunch of other things. And I don't know. It's weird that I know more about this than actually having babies, but whatever.
Vaginal bodybuilding.
Can I just ask how I'm gone for 60 seconds and we've gone from aliens to Benoit balls? It's like, what have I missed?
You
What's the
someone-
connection?
You have to keep up on this show.
you missed the steaming vajaya, and it was like alien ships are V-shaped, and then steam powered, and no wait,
Firing Benoit balls out the tip.
they went full on Priscilla, Queen of the Desert up there. So
At least we're not at shitting dick nipples.
what is a dick
What?
nipple? I mean, I've heard of purling, but actual nipples on the D sounds like something you should visit your doctor for.
Purling isn't like pearl necklace.
No, purling is in where they make small incisions on the top of your penis and they insert pearls into them and then let it heal up so that you have basically a natural ribbed for her pleasure.
No. Yeah, no. I have other ways. I don't need pearls in my dick.
I could tell you loads of stories when I used to be a body piercer about things that people get, you know, for her pleasure. And you know.
Knit one, pearl two.
Yeah,
Don't stop. Good. Tell us.
Okay,
We
and
have
let me
time.
see.
We're
Okay.
only an hour in.
So as I suspect out here, purling is the sex technique that can cause erectile dysfunction in men. That's what I'm thinking. Anytime someone's cutting my dick, I'm thinking, no, it's not going to work anymore.
Well,
You should go to more professional dick cutters.
I don't go anywhere near dick cutting. I'm
Dick
like-
Cutters Anonymous.
I'm going the rest of the way with what I've got.
Paul, can we get a referral here?
Wow.
It gets worse than that, though, doesn't it? I've seen some videos where they like split it down the end so that the
Ugh.
different bands of erectile tissue, like some people split
Yeah, the
their tongue.
tongues.
But like, what use is that on your cock? Because
Well, does it actually
you'd
get
have to sort
hard?
of
Like,
push
do they,
them back in.
I mean, do they both get hard though when they do that? If they split their penis and then they get an
when they
erection,
get
they
hard,
both get
Apparently.
So that
they do both get hard. Yeah.
Yeah, so it doesn't seem to. How's that going to help? I'm
Well,
not-
I guess it depends on who you're dating. There's porn
Yeah.
stars that can sit on a wine bottle, so I don't know.
Yeah, at that point, that's throwing a hot dog down the hallway.
Shit, you might just need that dick split to hang on to the rodeo ride, man. Like, just go in like you're rappelling down the side of a building, like. Whoop.
That's when you strap a board to your ass so you don't fall in. You know?
Let's do that again.
It'll keep you in. Once you're in, you'll stay in. It's
Yeah, that's right.
You find that it's just trying. It's like trying to get, you know, when you've got a little bit of cotton and a needle, and you're trying to get it through, and you can't. You're trying to wet the end to try and get it to the end. It's going to be like that. There's always a little bit that just comes off to the side.
Okay, so when they do that dick splitting thing, where do they ejaculate from? Does it just come out one side of the peen? Do they split that urethra to go out both sides, or does it come out the middle?
okay.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't
I've been
know.
trying to
Man,
find
dual urethra makes me think of dual exhaust.
I've been trying to find my video because
In Chrome. Get
I
it
had a
Chrome.
customer. I had a customer who had this, and I tried to find the video just now, but I'm having too much difficulty. But I can answer some of the questions that you've been asking.
Well,
All right, I'm listening.
Well, see, I was going to say, like, my wife used to be an ER nurse, and she said that one time somebody came in, and apparently the guy had an allergic reaction to the latex condom, so he got in her, and then he swelled up and got stuck, and he couldn't get it out, and they had to go to the hospital like that. So they came in together, him on top of her on the gurney, and they had to, figure out a way, basically shoot him up with epinephrine. And
Lucky for them, they were doing doggy style at the time.
Yeah, he's saying, can you keep it that size, but just get it out?
No, seriously though, to answer your questions, yeah, when you get a split, it's not very common, and most of the time, I say most of the time, it's all relative. When people do it, they split it halfway down the shaft, so there's still a trunk to it, and then two ends which flay out slightly, and the whole thing does get erect. And I had a customer who did this back at the end of the 70s, and he was the oldest male customer I ever pierced. And when I stopped seeing him, he was 81 years old. I started speaking with this fellow when he was 77, and he had this done for more than 20 years at the time. And so when he had it done, he was in his early 50s, I believe. And so his penis was still functional, but as men get older, sooner or later, it's not going to function anyway. He doesn't really feel that it was splitting it that made it stop functioning, but it stopped working after he was in his early 60s or whatever. Fine, whatever. So there's that.
Imagine being the orderly in that nursing home.
there was only one urethra. So because this guy he had tattoos on him that were older than me. I mean, he obviously had a very interesting life. I'm sure if you talk to him, he by definition must have been an interesting person to do this kind of self-mutilation. Because what he did was, after it stopped working sexually, he just split it all the way down to the base. So it literally looked like he had two penises.
That's what you do, isn't it? That's obviously what you.
Well,
why not?
It's not working. I'll just split it all the way.
Why not? It's mine. I can do whatever I
It's
want.
not going to hurt or anything.
Yeah, when my boobs stop working, I'm gonna go total recall with it, right? Like,
but Sister
go for
Danger,
the third one. The
I'm
middle.
gonna have them split,
Sorry.
but then craft it into a new one in the middle, right? So.
This guy had tattoos on the inside and outside of both halves of it, and it was absolutely grisly to look at because of all the ink on the tattoo. It was like 30 years old, and his balls were all tattooed purple scales, it was like a dragon. And at the very base of the split, right down here, right here, and on the base of the split, because I'm gonna have to be very close to it to do what I'm doing. And the most disturbing thing about it's not what it looked like. It actually smelled like a fanny to me, and that really fucked my head up.
A British fanny
It
or
smelled like ass crack. Is that what you're trying to say?
A British fanny.
Okay.
A British fanny, sister, is your front bottom, not your back bottom. Okay.
Oh, it smelled like a hoo-ha.
No,
And so if anybody wonders, I put in the private chat, I put something from the article from Wikipedia, and I just put the description, what you need to look up on Wikipedia in the main chat.
I'll get it, put it on.
Oh my God. Imagine that, split dick all the way up and then peeing. You could just sheesh off to the side, like somebody pisses you off at the urinal and you're just like.
No, urinal. You're sitting down. You're sitting down with that dick.
You'd be in between two urinals. Sort of just...
Yeah, if you tried to stand, it's just going to go everywhere.
I just really like. Go ahead.
I'm pretty much I get
stand
it all.
in the place where you whiz.
I don't see the advantage. I don't see what you've gained with that in any way. Splitting your cock. Tongue. I've seen some women with split tongues, and I'm thinking, that's quite sexy. Split your cock. That just doesn't make sense.
I almost had my tongue done.
Split. Stand in the place where you whiz. Split dick fork. Don't think about. Oh. Don't think about incision, wonder why.
You had it.
I came this close to getting my tongue split back around.
Let's stop.
About 2011 or 2012. But something like 7 out of 10 of them grow back together anyway. And I just didn't want to go through the expense. It was like 300 pounds to get it done. To have it then just grow back.
Well, to me too, if you get your tongue split, then to me you should have to get reptilian contacts. So you go for the whole, like a snake kind of thing.
Yeah, I used to sell this in my shop.
The other one I've seen is people with the whites of the eyes tattooed. And
I know.
That just seems like that is just too much of a risk, I mean, I haven't got a problem with tattoos. It's just that your eyeballs. It's like if that goes wrong.
I mean, how do you hold it still, right?
I don't know. And somebody who tattoos an eyeball must tattoo an eyeball for the first time. at some point. It's like, well, I've never done an eyeball before. Don't worry, it'll be okay.
Oh,
Off your trot.
I'm starting to get cataracts, and I need to get a lens replacement, and that's by a qualified surgeon. And I'm like, so I thought of somebody like you say, that first day, like getting on my eye and writing shit on my eye, like, fucking.
I'll give you 10% off. It's you be first. Nah, I tell you what, I'll go elsewhere. Yeah.
Get no regrets.
I think if I were to do something, if I was crazy enough to do something like that, I think I'd purposely want it to be something fucked up. So like people go, "Oh, what'd you do?" "Oh yeah, I got it in my eye." You just make a story up about it,
Yeah, look real close. It says, "What you fucking looking at?"
One of my tattoos has a typo.
Oh really?
One of my tattoos has a typo too. I have to admit. I had some writing done on my back. I had some writing done on my back in French, and I wrote the word down wrong when I copied it in the first place. And so I gave it to my tattooist, and she did it exactly how I gave it to her.
Yep.
But it turned out that the word SOMMES, SOMMES, is what it's supposed to be. But I had the second S was off of it, and apparently that means something like a goat. So it's like, and we had to basically tack the S on, which ruined the whole symmetry of all. But at least it reads right now. But it doesn't look
R,
right.
Right? That's isn't some the we are, like that's the we version of the verb.
Yeah,
are.
that's right. Yeah, if you translate it, it says we are of the sun we can see.
Yeah, without the S, it means the sum, as in like the collection of like mathematical sum.
Right. Yeah. So it doesn't work.
Well, I was going to say though, what Raven said about about putting on the eyes, that would be so New Jersey.
Mine is
get the fuck out of here.
I have a tattoo that goes all the way. It starts at the front, kind of where my hip bone is, and then goes around my back and around to the other hip bone. And it says the difference between a weed and a flower is a judgment. And I wrote it out for the tattoo artist, but I actually have a habit of spelling the word judgment wrong because I put an E in it.
A lot of people do
and
that.
So there's an E in it. But I kind of think it's very perfect.
A new user
I think it's kind of perfect though for the tattoo because of the meaning of the tattoo. And then when I realized one day I was looking at it and I'm like, oh shit, I spelled that word wrong. It's funny that that's the word I spelled wrong in this particular quote. So
I wonder if anyone, like, if you get cataracts, you get surgery for cataracts, they put a new lens in, and I'm wondering if they've ever, if anyone has ever had a special looking lens inserted into their, with using the surgery instead of, so they never have to take it out.
You mean like colored eyes or
like colored eyes or whatever, yeah.
Or like a sheep's eye with a big long
the iris going the other way or something.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. Weird. What a neat idea. I don't know. Body mod can be a cool art form.
I think probably by the time you get to cataracts, you pass the time when you worried about shit like that. You're just like, just sort my eye out. I'm 80. Just sort my eye out.
Yeah, I want to be able to see shit. Yeah. Yeah. Well, my wife had the lens replacement, and she's telling me to do it. I'm like, I'm really funny about. I might do the laser, but like actually like taking the lens out and putting a new one in just really.
Yeah.
Jonah, boo.
I'm gonna help put groceries up real fast. I'll be back. I'm gonna unplug it though so I can hear what you guys are talking about. Is that okay? Bye.
That's pretty funny. Sorry.
Cockeyed.
I'm
cockeyed the sailor man.
I'm slightly preoccupied looking for something, so please carry on without me for a second.
Okay. So Jim.
Yes.
We have to do a stream together sometime. So I can tell you why you lost. You were wondering, like, when I said you had lost the plot and you actually showed up in the thing.
Oh, that was so freaky. Do you know what? When I replied to you when you said that, it was like I bet he thinks I've been watching this for hours, and I've just sort of, but I hadn't. I'd literally just clicked on, and it was like, what the fucking chances? Actually, afterwards, I went back. I thought, have they been discussing me for hours? Like, is this? But it wasn't. That was the only bit, wasn't it? It's like, what's the chances for that? Yeah.
Oh, that was funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't really mind. I mean, I have lost the plot. That's fine. Yeah.
Well, I think for a while there, like when you were like I remember you and Christy Winter like fighting back and forth, and it was cordial at first, and then it just got and I was just like, oh, Jim, come on. I mean, and her too. I mean, I stopped listening to her too. So
Yeah. Well, maybe I probably did lose the plot with regard to that, because you get sucked into these things, you know.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
you're a good guy at the end of the day.
Yeah, I've always respected you, Joe. We've always got on Facebook and elsewhere, mate.
Yep, exactly. So but
online discussions polarized, and the thing is, what I always remind myself is that the bits that people argue about online are the bits that they argue about. They don't argue. They don't discuss the bits they agree on.
right.
You know, you can agree 90. That is part of the problem, and the problem with online discussions versus real life discussions. This is an online discussion, but it's like a real life discussion because of the nature of the format, which is
Right.
that you see the bits you agree on. Other formats don't work like that. Twitter doesn't work like that. Facebook doesn't really work like that a lot of the time now. YouTube really doesn't work like that because it doesn't promote that. So
Right.
what you see is the one little bit where somebody's polarized with somebody else, and you just see the differences, and it's not healthy, you know.
Well, and that's the reason why I've never liked Twitter. It's too stream of consciousness. It's too in the moment, and it's hard to like. Okay, it's better now that it's 280 characters instead of 140. But even then, how in depth can you get? It's just soundbite, and so it's a lot easier to just say you're a fucking idiot and then storm away than it is to actually have a real discussion.
Yeah,
That's what I do.
It is interesting though, because I assumed when I saw that bit, how long ago was it? A few months ago. I assumed it was to do with my videos on trans women in sport.
So that was a little bit of it too.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, which is like, it's a difficult subject because some of what I talk about there puts me in the same bag as the gender critical crowd and with the right wing crowd. But that's just the nature of that issue. You take almost any other issue with regard to trans people, and I'm totally in the other camp. It's just that one issue, but that's just the nature. That's just the nature of that issue. In some ways, that shouldn't be the issue. It is, but it is, and it ends up with a real mixed bag of people all on one side. Because
I just get really frustrated with that entire conversation because there is this belief that trans women have boy muscles, man's muscles, and we don't. The muscle tissue is completely different. It changes with hormone therapy. Like, I can't open bottles anymore. I gotta, I struggle opening pickle jars.
But the research shows that is true, that if you're on cross-sex hormone therapy, that your strength reduces, but it doesn't reduce 40%. And if you're talking about something like basketball, you don't lose 5 inches in height in a sport where height is important. I mean, I've always took the position that it needs to be done on a sport-by-sport basis. On a sport like Joanna Harper, a trans woman who did a really important study, limited study, but important study in distance running, seems to suggest that with regard to distance running, that if you reduce your serum testosterone, that makes a difference. That if you were 80% off the world record as a male athlete, reduce your testosterone, you'll be 80% off the world record as a female athlete. Now, that's made the difference for me. If that's true, that's made the difference. That's what needs to be shown. You're at the same point. You're the equivalent as if you were your own twin sister, if you like, genetically the same, but without the Y chromosome. That's the gold standard. But distance running is a sport where, like, like Elliot Kipchoge or whatever is like 55 or 60 kilos. It's not an advantage to be large. The guys who are the top runners are tiny little things, and so it's different to some other sports. If you're a shot putter, that's a different kettle of fish. If you've gone through a male puberty and you've gained another 5 or 6 inches in height, that isn't all lost.
The one area that I give the argument about how there's an advantage or that it's unfair. The only issue that comes up where I'm like, yeah, on that you're right, is bone structure, because you're not going to hell. I have a problem here. I've had these shoulders and they're not going anywhere no matter what I do. So that's bone structure. There's nothing that can be done about that. But pretty much everything else, it's not like a man competing. Everything changes with hormones.
Can I bring up something that might? Oh, yeah. Well,
okay, go on.
I've wondered about something, and it's offensive possibly just to even wonder about it. But if there were enough trans athletes in a particular field, in a particular sport, or a particular, do you think that there could be a separate separate sports for trans athletes, and then we could then everyone would
category for
separate category? Yes.
So yes. I've heard people like put that idea forward, like a trans division. And I personally, since I don't give a shit about sports, I personally don't care. But
well,
some people do.
Yeah, I guess for me, what it comes down to is that, like, I can understand, like, definitely keeping an eye on it and see what, but I think, like, whenever I've heard, like, and you're not someone I feel, Jim, you were never having like a panic about it. So, but what I'm talking about. There's people out there that have like this, oh my God, it's wrecking women's sports.
Absolutely.
And then what they do is they point to literally the same two trans women over and over. And it's like, but that's an anecdote. Like if we actually start to see trans women dominating a sport, then I might say, hey, all right, we should do something. But without any that kind of evidence, it's like, well, okay, let's monitor it, see if it becomes an issue, and if it does, then do something about it.
Can I just address Kazumi's point? Because like this is something I've made like maybe a dozen videos on, all told, over 2 channels. So the reason that's a problem is because it sounds a good idea, but sport doesn't really work like that. You could say it works like that in the Paralympics. In terms of the Paralympics, we have categories where maybe only a small percentage of the population are in a particular category, like the 100 meters for people that have lost 2 limbs, or 2 legs or whatever. But they are actually, those people technically, if they were fast enough, they could run in the normal Olympics, right? Nobody's stopping them, right? Other than the fact that running on your stumps, you're not going to run under 10 seconds, to put it bluntly. So it's a different thing. There's nobody stopping them. It's an additional category. Whereas what you're talking about is saying, if you're a trans woman, you cannot compete in the female event. You can only compete in this event. And this is the problem. Imagine an elite competition. So imagine the Olympics. So at the moment, the Olympics, there's no age banding. In some sports, there's a weight banding, but there's no age banding. So in most sports, like the 100 meters, there's just 2 events with roughly 50% of the world's population in each. And you're now going to have another category, or potentially another couple of categories. And in those 2 categories, you're going to have another event, right? That's somehow going to be comparable, but it's going to have less than 1% of the world's population in each of those categories. It's not comparable. And in some ways, that's not helping the situation. It also doesn't deal with the business of non-binary people and where they fit into that, right? Because they're not women, they're not men. I mean, what I've always proposed now for a couple of years is let's stop talking about men's and women's events, because if what we're saying is they're not gender, it's sex that's important. For one thing, let's stop conflating the two things. And the second thing is the protections we provide in sport are almost always asymmetric. You can box up a category. If you're over 40s, you can compete in an age open. Nobody says you can't compete in age open because you're over 40s or you're under 18s. You know, Sachin Tendulkar was competing in test cricket at the age of 16. Right. So it's always asymmetric, these boundaries. Why is the sex boundary not asymmetric? It's nobody's trying to protect the male athlete. So let's have an open category and a female category. So in the open category, anybody can compete. Any female, a cis female, a trans female, anybody can compete in that category. So you're not making a gender judgment on that category. And I think that goes a long way towards tackling. I think it's what you should do, even if trans people didn't exist. Even if differences of sexual development, DSDs, didn't exist, I think it'd still be the right thing to do.
So we need more new categories.
Yes, but not more categories necessarily. Just let's look at what we've got and rationalize them a bit more. The categories we have, bear in mind, the categories we have stem from a time where when people said man, woman, male, female, they didn't differentiate between them. They just meant the same thing. They didn't think, well, by calling this the men's category, we're making a gender reference rather than a reference to biological sex. They just use them interchangeably. Now we're differentiating between these things, and I think rightly we're using these words with more utility. I think we need to think, well, what are we actually trying to do with these categories? You know, we're trying to protect. What we're trying to do effectively is to create a category for people that haven't gone through male pubertal development, because that's the problem. That's where females plateau out and males just keep going up for about another 4 or 5 years. That's the problem, and it creates a huge difference of about 10 to 12% in some sports, up to 40% in other sports, where at the elite level, like 0.1% is enough to make the difference. So that's why we have those two categories, and we need to start thinking, well, maybe we need to relabel them and also just alter the boundaries to reflect the fact that there's no need for a men's category or a male category. That should be the open category. Anybody can come. If you're like even if you're looking like professional football, association football in the UK, male footballers can earn £200,000 a week. Right? Female footballers earn a fraction of that. But let's just say you're a fantastic female footballer and you were good enough to play in the Premier League. Why shouldn't you earn those? Why shouldn't you play for Manchester United and then 200? Now, if that might never happen, but if it could happen, just the same as like the England cricket team isn't called the under-50s men's team just because nobody's over 50. If you're 80 years old and you're good enough, and it's the same thing. So, like, why have those artificial boundaries that you don't even need?
Yeah, it's starting to happen in baseball, in part because there really is no women's baseball league. There are softball leagues, but it's not exactly the same sport. And so it's funny though, because I've had arguments with people that are like, because the question was, well, should women be allowed to play in what amounts to men's baseball? And my attitude is, yeah, if you have the aptitude and the talent, why not? And I've heard this, most ridiculous argument I usually hear is, well, that most women won't qualify. I'm like, well, so what? I mean, here's the thing. Most men won't qualify. Yeah. If you look in the history of baseball, since organized baseball play has been, or they kept statistics, so we're talking 130 years, there's been 20,000 people who've ever played in the major leagues, 20,000 ever in the history of humans. Yeah. And so you almost no men qualify. So the idea that, well, most women won't qualify, well, so what? So, but if some of them do, let them get out there,
Yeah. Even if none of them qualify, it doesn't matter, does it? Why disqualify right from the outset? Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
So like,
wouldn't there be people that would get bent out of shape over that though?
Well, yeah. Yes, but who cares? But people got bent out of shape when Jackie Robinson and Larry Doby started playing baseball too, and because again,
Sometimes life is harsh for people.
right. We had an artificial separation in baseball where black players could not play on any of the major league teams or their minor league affiliates.
So,
there
like,
were separate Negro leagues, and then at some point, someone said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna sign a black player and throw him out there," and a lot of people got bent out of shape, but. You know,
what I meant by people getting bent out of shape is if we get rid of there being able to be all women teams, if we just make it so everything has to be, you have to come to this standard, doesn't that kind of eliminate women's sports?
No, there'd still be female teams. There's still female events, and also those female events would include. Right, this is where the conversation gets complicated because you can look at biological sex, but if you look at what the major minds in the sporting bodies are talking about, they're talking about something called sport sex. So effectively, like if you look at what biological sex really means, it's about gametes and gonads. Effectively, like if you see a new species you've never seen before, you're looking at which individuals are producing certain gametes and what gonads.
We've already established you're looking at stew recipes.
Yeah,
we talked about that a half an hour ago.
Yeah, but yeah, what you can eat, yeah, but like, but in sport, what they've sort of looked at is like, and this is what like World Athletics are looking at is like, actually, what is it that we're really interested in, and that's what they're looking in terms of sports sex. So, for instance. You might have an athlete who is technically male, but is completely androgen insensitive. So they're born with testes, but they're totally insensitive to androgens. So their body develops along a pathway which is equivalent to a female athlete. Well, there's no reason to say to them, well, you've got to be in male athletics because you've got a set of testes, because there's no androgenization of that body whatsoever. So they would be sports sex female. So that's important. You're not talking about disbanding and saying everybody competes in the same category. It's a case of you've still got two categories. But in terms of the women/female category, you're making it quite explicit that it's either you're female or if you're a trans woman, that it can be demonstrated that in that sport that the advantages you have had, assuming you haven't transitioned pre-puberty, in which case it mitigates a lot of the problems. But if you've transitioned after puberty, that those advantages have been mitigated in that sport. Now, some sports easier to mitigate than others. And then you've got an open category which anybody can compete in. And to go back to Joe's point, wonderful case in darts in the UK, big sport in the UK, darts. And it became a worldwide sort of, darts is not reported around the world most of the time, right? It's reported in the UK and the Netherlands and maybe a few other places. But there was a woman who occasionally, well, every year they let a couple of women who don't have to qualify compete in the World Men's Darts Championship. And a woman won a first time a woman's ever won a match in it, and then she won a second round match. She won 2 matches in that, and that became like world news, and there was female ex-sports stars and all sorts congratulating her from all around the world, and that was like one of the best press events darts had ever had, right? So in terms of like, is it good for the sport or is it bad for the sport? Fucking hell, that they couldn't believe what they'd uncovered there. It wasn't bad press. It was like, we need more of this. They ended up giving her a wild card entry. They have what's called the Q school, the qualifying school. And she failed the qualifying school to get a pro card for the next year. So they gave her a sort of wild card entry to all the tournaments for the next year. And you can understand why, because it was like, win some more fucking matches, because it's like that's a bigger news event than anything else, you know.
Well, and actually, you know, when you said that about the news event, that's basically actually why Branch Rickey brought Jackie Robinson to the Dodgers, because mostly for, well, one, he was a good player, but also for the publicity, and eventually, and then when it happened is, of course, he was a good player, and Larry Doby in the American League and the Indians was a good player. So then they were like, hey, these Negro guys are helping us win. Let's get some more of these guys in here.
Yeah.
And then at one time, like in the late 70s, like even though black people were 13% of the overall population, we were like over 30% of baseball.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, baseball has done a very bad job of marketing itself to the black community over the last 40 years. So now we've actually, I think we're like 6% of baseball, because we've all gone to basketball and football, two sports I care nothing about. But
I just wanted to make the observation. I mean, when it comes to regulating sports, no matter what the sport is, the whole idea behind regulations is to make it so there's no built-in advantage for anybody competing. You know, that the regulations don't advantage anybody.
Right.
And I think that's where the argument needs to always rest. You know, how can we make it so no one's advantaged or disadvantaged by the rules? You know,
right.
Yeah.
Right, because some people are just going to be better athletes than others, and we're not kneecapping the best athletes just to level the playing field.
Right. I mean, I know at one point the conversation when it came to trans athletes was testing for testosterone, and that became an issue because that there are some cisgendered women who don't take anything at all, who just happen to have naturally high levels of testosterone, and for the levels that were being considered for sports, they would no longer qualify as women for women's sports. And it's just like, that's not a real workable solution.
Can I just, because this is something, I'm just answering that because this is something that I've it's a subject I've sort of specialized in the last couple of years. So there was a case of an athlete called Dutty Chand, who, an Indian athlete, 100 meters runner. She had quite a high level, but it was still under 5 nanomoles. And the regulations at the time of World Athletics were going to disqualify her because of her level of testosterone, right? We've kind of gone away from that now, or World Athletics has gone away from that now, because that was unfair. And I think that was unfair. But what you've got to be careful. This gets clouded up. When you're talking about cis women, a cis woman who's someone who was assigned female at birth and identifies as a woman. That doesn't mean she's biologically female. It means she was assigned female at birth. Right. So you can get somebody like Caster Semenya. Also, well, if you look at the podium at the 2016 Rio Olympics, and that was what really caused the problem. The podium at the 2016 Rio Olympics 800 meters, Caster Semenya won. Francine Niyonsaba got the silver, and Margaret Wambui got the bronze. All of those women have the same condition. They all have 5-alpha reductase syndrome, which means that they're all 46XY biological males with testes, but because they don't produce dihydrotestosterone, their external genitalia manifest female or ambiguous. So at birth, somebody's looked at them and gone female. That's why they're cis women. And you can say, well, they're cis women. And people say, well, they're cis women, blah, blah, blah.
Well, this is why the entire conversation... Right. This is why the entire conversation should never rest on the binary, because we don't exist in the binary.
They have testes. They don't have ovaries. They have testes, and that's why they haven't got magic ovaries. They've got testes. That's why they can produce. That's why they can produce 20 nanomoles of testosterone, which is like 10 times higher than any woman who hasn't got polycystic ovary syndrome or a very well-developed cancer can develop, or 5 times higher than with polycystic ovary syndrome.
Here's the one thing I'm curious of, though. Now, were they aware of that when they were measuring their testosterone levels? Because, you know, one friend of mine pointed out that, at least in her observation, all the athletes that they were excluding based on high testosterone were all black or brown. And it was
Yeah.
like, oh, it's like, okay, we just came up with another rule to keep the darkies out, you know?
No, that's the way it's portrayed, but that's because that's a great way to sell it. I tend to think that maybe one thing that goes on is that in some countries, maybe if you've got that condition, it won't be diagnosed for a lot longer, right? So you'll get to well into young adulthood before it's diagnosed, where in maybe more developed countries it'll be diagnosed earlier. So what it means is in some of these African countries, I mean, I think Caster Semenya is from South Africa, and they've got a bit of a sort of issue with this, right? And I think they deliberately have played it the way that they played it. I mean, Caster Semenya has known for over 10 years now that she's got the reason that her testosterone level is as high as it is because she's got a set of testes, right, kicking it out effectively. I mean, she's a nobody knows, but she is a parent now, and there's every chance that she's effectively the father to a child, that she's provided the sperm for that child. I mean, that's what we're looking at.
Man, that would be so cool.
Yeah, well, I kind
totally,
of in a way.
I mean, like, imagine
the sporting aspect.
Well, I mean, like, it would be cool to be able to either contribute as the man or have the baby as a woman.
Look, I've no problem.
I'm totally derailing.
I've no problem with Caster Semenya in that respect. The problem I have is that she's played on the public sympathy, knowing full well that the public think that effectively she's like a female athlete with magical ovaries, and well, Michael Phelps has got very long arms, and nobody's banning him. So why am I getting banned for my magical ovaries? The reason the World Athletics want to exclude her is the same reason they want to exclude me. It's exactly the same reason. Is because we're both benefiting from male pubertal development. The condition that she has, to give you some idea, 50% of cases where the individual has no idea that they have it, when they get to puberty, it's so shocking, the change, that they decide that they're going to change their documentation and start identifying as male. Right, that's how big the change is. They get to puberty, and then it's like, what the fuck's going on? Right, and they realize something's wrong. They get looked in, and they re-identify as male. So it's a big fucking change. And you know, the point with that is it's like that she has the one advantage that her category is trying to exclude. And that's the issue, and people don't realize that.
I like turtles. But that is some information I didn't have. So that's good to know.
That's fascinating.
And I like turtles also. From what I understand, I've never had it, but from what I understand, they make a mighty fine stew.
And actually, Raven, to your point, this is actually when you talk about like when humans find a new thing. What does it taste like? I saw this. I checked it out. It turns out to be true. It was on QI or one of the British panel shows that the tortoise didn't have a name for like 100 years because they didn't stay around long enough because people would just eat them as soon as they found them. And eventually they're like, what are we going to call this thing? Oh, yeah, okay, it's a tortoise. Yeah, that's good. Because what do you think we call this thing we've been eating for a century?
Yeah, so there I was in New Orleans, and my friend had turtle soup. They ordered it for a brunch, and I was like, turtle soup, I've never tried that before. I would like to try it. So they pass me their bowl when they get it, and I eat a bite of it, and then my head is filled with all the cute little sea turtles like swimming, and they're so happy, and they live for like a century. And I was like, oh, the cute turtles. I started crying. I was like, it's all more soup. I feel so bad. And I'm a meat eater. I'm like, yeah.
I was just going to ask, when was the last time you had a hamburger? Did you think
Well,
about the cute little cows?
I am a meat eater, and I have eaten turtle
Only briefly
It-
enough to discard, to yeet
Cows-
that out of my mind
cows
as
aren't-
I ate a
cows
bite
aren't
of
cute, though, are
delicious
they? They're not
matrix
cute.
cake. Like,
Would you freak out if you knew you were eating something that was kangaroo meat?
no, I've done it. That's why I don't get the turtles. That's why it was so shocking, because I am a complete meat eater, right? Like, I eat the meats, but the turtles, and I was just like, the turtles. I'm curious about this business, though. I'm derailing the topic a little bit, and I'm curious about this business with this athlete chick thing guy.
Well, see,
For me, I
actually,
draw the line at
Call it
dogs and
appropriately.
primates. I won't eat one of those. But
yeah, I don't think dogs, primates, or cats. I won't eat felines. And someone said, "Well, you're being a hypocrite." No, because they're different. I mean, they're anyone who's had a dog knows that. I mean, humans have been
knows
dealing
they taste great.
Yeah, humans have been dealing with dogs for at least 20,000 years. We wouldn't be, with this parallel evolution, we wouldn't be where we are if not for dogs.
I don't like dogs. I'm
You don't
sorry,
like
Joe.
dogs, really?
You see, this is why you should be slamming me.
Yeah,
I can't stand dogs.
Really?
Like yeah.
Like
if I
alive
wanna-
dogs or dead dogs?
If I need something to shit on my lawn, I'll do it myself.
Oh,
I'll do the dog.
Well,
We're talking about eating dead dogs. I'm like, when he says I don't like dog, does that mean he's tried dog and he doesn't like it, or he doesn't like actual living dogs and doesn't want a dog for a pet?
well, see, the funny thing is, Jim, I was actually where you are at one time. I didn't like it. They made me nervous. I didn't know how to deal with them. It wasn't until I got one that I totally changed. And basically, only reason we got a dog is I'm allergic to cats. So
Yeah.
when my wife and I got together before we got married, she had a cat. And when she came to move in with me, and I was particularly allergic to her cat, so that wasn't going to work. So she gave the cat to her younger son. And so we were living together, and she, kept bringing up how she misses her cat and all this kind of stuff. And when you can get injections for allergies, and I'm not fucking taking injections for anything. And so I felt bad because she did give up her cat for me. So I started thinking, well, I'm not allergic to dogs. I don't particularly like dogs, but we'll get something little that's not too yappy and too nesty. And we got Blitzen. And we had her for a couple days, and she came over to me, and I'm sitting in my recliner, and she was jumping up, and she wanted me to pick her up, so I picked her up. She laid down on my chest, and she put her head down, and she looked at me with those dark eyes, with this look like, you're the most important thing in the whole world. And I was done. And I became a dog lover in that instant.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yep, that's something I just wanted to just slip in here real quick. Pigs are great pets.
And they're tasty.
Pigs are great pets.
And pigs are smart. They're nearly as smart as dogs, and they're very tasty.
And they're very
I used to kind of have this weird fear of dogs.
If we weren't supposed to eat pigs, why are they covered in crackling? It doesn't make any sense.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. I mean, we can make so many great things out of them,
Why are they full of bacon? I mean,
right? It's true, actually.
And for those, and some of you will know what pernil is. I mean, that's like you can't give that stuff up. I've actually tried to cut back on my pork consumption because they're in such an intelligent creature, but I just can't not do it.
But pork is really you shouldn't. I mean, pork is awful. It's.
Yeah,
it tastes great, but it's bad for you. It's really bad for you.
So James Taylor kind of did a song about this, like having a pet pig and then having to kill it when it got too old. And the line in the song is, "Got too big to keep, too damned old to eat," and that makes me think that when a pig actually ages, it then would be no good to actually. Okay, well, I'm going to keep my pet pig, and then when it's done, I'm going to eat my pet pig, right? But
raise it. That's what braising is for.
What's braising? I don't know what braising is.
Braising is a wet No, braising is a wet method of cooking, and that's how you cook things that are tough. So cooking in water or wine, or steaming it, or in beer.
I would taste a dog or a cat if it was already dead. So, for example, if I happen to come upon some weird,
I'm hoping you're not eating it while it's still alive.
Taking a hunk out, yeah.
Very Douglas Adams there, right?
So, I mean, in keeping with this whole thing, I posted something on Facebook the other day that I just found out that that this little piggy went to market. meant that they, killed the pig. It
I saw
doesn't
that
mean
meme, and I was today years old too when I saw that meme. I was like, "Wait, what? Oh no!"
Yeah.
Well, the other reason why I have a hard time giving up pork is because, okay, so obviously sustainability. We talked about greenhouse gases before. So one of the things that vegetarians and vegans try to do to get people who are meat eaters who are environmentally conscious to talk about conversion rates, and they'll say, well, beef, it's like 7.1 pounds of feed material, vegetable material to get 1 pound of beef, and isn't that horribly inefficient? Why don't you just eat the vegetable matter? Which there's something to that. See, the thing is though, is that pigs generally are not fed on grain; they're fed on scrap. So basically, scrap potatoes. Basically, they're fed on vegetable waste from the agricultural industry. So yeah. So basically, they're not. Their conversion rate's almost infinite because they're not eating food that we would be eating anyway. It's the same thing with goat. Goats eat brambles and bushes and bracken and all sorts of stuff, and they'll graze on land that you can't grow arable. It's not arable for human consumption. So it's kind of misleading when they talk about the conversion rate with goat. Like, goat, have at it, because they grew up in the fucking mountains where they're up. Goats go higher than the vegetation grows. So eat goats all you want, and they're sustainable. So and they're tasty, and they're not as gamey as sheep either. So.
Still, though, I
like
mean,
lamb,
if we did, if everyone went vegan, there would, I mean, we've got to admit that vegans are right, that if we switch to veganism, there would be, you're shaking your head. I mean, I can't do it. I can't do vegan. It's just not within me. But I have felt that they are right.
I looked it up. 11% of greenhouse gases come from all of agriculture. All of agriculture. So that means growing plants, growing meat, all of it. 11%. 23% of greenhouse gases comes from power generation, and 27% comes from industry. So basically, if we stopped eating meat, that's about, just say, half of the stuff coming from from agriculture. So that's 5% of the overall. So that's okay. That's good. I guess, but that's a drop in the bucket.
But that food, then, that meat that you're no longer eating, right, that you're no longer producing, that food needs to be replaced. And it would be replaced by agriculture. So that 5% then will go back up to 11 because you're going to be using more land to grow more food, which means you're
saying
Or are you?
grow it.
Because we already have the technology to genetically reproduce beef. And
there's that,
never
yeah.
part of an animal. And I've asked some of my vegan friends. I mean, if you could, if there was a piece of beef that was made in like a vat that they grow it in, right, like a little beef tray, and you couldn't taste the difference, and it sustained your systems, and you're not killing an animal, would you eat it? And that's been interesting because a lot of my vegan friends say, yeah, I don't see a problem with that. I used to eat meat, and if it's not killing anything, what's the problem? And other vegan friends are like, no, it's still based on an animal, and I just don't like the idea of it. So different strokes for different folks, I guess.
Right. So, but I mean, in general, though, you would need to produce more food, and you would need more land. I mean, one of the things that happens, like every time, like the United States, I mean, when we decide to do something here, it affects everybody. And when people in this country decide they're going to go on a superfood fad, tons and tons of rainforest is destroyed in order to feed that desire, that want. So it's just like, oh man, hey, the new superfood we found out is strawberries. Who fucking knew? The next thing you know, they're mowing down trees to grow strawberries because every white girl in the country is going to be like, I need to get my strawberry fix today.
Yeah, well, that happened with quinoa. When quinoa became the grain du jour, and that basically quinoa was a staple for people in the Andes. But at least initially, now it's grown all over the place, but initially it was only grown there. So when people were like, oh, I want my quinoa, and they started throwing money at it, so then the locals were priced out of their own crop, and they couldn't afford it. Now it's not as much of an issue because, again, it's grown elsewhere. But at least initially, it really was fucking up the Andean farmers because they couldn't afford their staple crop.
I thought it was
how do you all? Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Well, I was just gonna say, how do you all feel about the prospect of eating insects if they were processed enough.
Super good with it.
Just pick
don't
one up.
think-
The thing is for me, it's like, in theory, I don't have a problem with that. It's just that we all eat what we're comfy with, don't we? I like I grew up eating liver, but not eating kidney. My wife ate liver and kidney, so it's no different to her. Although she doesn't really like either, to be honest. Whereas liver's fine for me. Yeah, I like liver or kidney. Well, I've never eaten kidney, so insects. It's probably lovely, but I've never eaten the insects. So I'm like, it doesn't appeal to me, you know.
They're
That's
rather
the thing.
tasteless in my experience.
This whole discussion to me is like so polarized. It's like you're going to eat meat and eat as much fucking meat as I can. You know, let's have more. Let's just mound the plate with meat like a kebab. It's like all meat with like a little bit of salad there, just to say, you're a bit healthy. There's a little bit of cabbage there, and just like an eighth of a tomato, just wedged on top. You know, it's big amount. I mean, it doesn't have to be that, does it? It doesn't have to either be that or vegan. You could just we could just all be like, I'm still gonna have a Sunday lunch with beef or pork or something, but just try and have a bit less meat with it. You know, let's just try and cut that down a bit and have a bit more of the other stuff, and maybe that's something that we can actually manage.
Well,
you know?
Oh yeah. Well, and actually, one thing with Raven though, now I think the point that vegans and vegetarians try to make is that, well, since it takes 7 pounds of vegetation that to make a pound of beef, if you just eat the vegetation, which compelling to a point, but it's also a little bit misleading too, because a lot like basically what animals are eating is dent corn. What humans eat is sweet corn, and dent corn is generally not very digestible to humans.
No.
So it's not very it's and you can't necessarily grow sweet corn where you grow dent corn. Like some cases you can, but a lot of cases you can't.
I mean, there's all kinds of solutions to some of the problems that we have that there doesn't seem to be lots of money in, so nobody is really interested in making some of the transitions. Like vertical farming is something that can be done almost anywhere. Vertical farming could be something that could like totally transform some of our cities. And you could have fresh produce that's like grown right there in the middle of the most industrial area in the city. And you can have fresh grown produce, you know, that you could buy at the market right where it was grown in the middle of the city. But they don't do it. And I think it's just because that there are interests in large scale agriculture that are very moneyed and lawyered up, and it's impossible to make those kinds of changes.
I think you're correct, but here's the sad part, is that those moneyed interests, if they invested in the vertical farming in New York City and Chicago and everywhere else, they would still make a lot of money. It's just like I've said before about like the oil companies. If they stopped seeing themselves as oil companies and looked at themselves as energy companies, they could have been the ones leading the charge to alternative fuels and still kept their dominance. Because look, I get it. People with money and power want to keep their money and power. But so it's like, okay, well, now this is the new thing you're going to be in the lead in. But they're this very marginal line thinking. They're myopic thinking.
I've seen like this whole thing where they take a factory, like an abandoned factory, right? They take a factory and they have like artificial sunlight, and they have like a big vat of water, pool of water that the rain refills all the time, and they have fish in it, tilapia, you know, in the water, and they fertilize basically the water, and the water travels all the way through the factory, and it waters the plants that are grown under artificial sunlight. And then they release bees inside the building. They have hives inside the building, and the bees do what bees do. And this is all
biosphere.
And it's all self-contained, and they grow food. And I mean, and it could be a way forward for a lot of cities, especially, you know, in a world where cities are growing in size and becoming like, you know, super mega cities. It's something that I think we should like really take seriously and look at. It's something that I've been thinking about for a long time, as far as like, this is a real solution to some problems, and nobody's really, there's a few out there, but like anything large scale just isn't happening.
One is a shame.
How many years away do you think that would be?
It's here now, but we're just not doing it. I mean, the thing is, if the other thing would help too. Not only would it be good to have the fresh food there, but it cuts the carbon footprint down a ton, because you're not transporting the food from around the planet.
And you can grow year round because it's going to be climate controlled because it's all inside. So there's not, the whole out of season or in season. If you wanted to grow tropical plants and you live in New York, because you're controlling the climate, you could. Things, it just doesn't make any sense that we don't do it. And I think eventually we're going to have to.
It's not just that's not true everywhere though, because a lot of this technology is being developed on the eastern half of the globe, Asia and whatnot. That's like they do all kinds of stuff there, doing the rooftop gardens and like the aquaponics indoor. Like it's here that we don't do that stuff because capitalist America.
Well, it's
Well, I
even
mean,
beyond it's beyond capitalism. We're hyper individualistic, and that's part of the problem. In Asia, they're a lot more likely to like do things for the good of the nation, whereas we're like, fuck my neighbor. I want to go to the mall with COVID.
Like I've read.
But when I was asking about, how many years away is it? I was just meaning how many years away do you think it would be before society feels that it's necessary to do?
Right.
30, 40, 50, probably.
Oh man, I actually think probably less than that, because there are already indications, even from NASA, right, that because the world is going the way that it is with regards to greenhouse whatevers, that people are, unless you're the rich and elite, are beginning to come together in smaller communities where they have diversified talents, much like we used to be, where you had your cobbler and your blacksmith, and your shepherds and whatever. And we're beginning to come together again like this into communities where people have these skills, and then we're beginning to trade these skills because we are literally being moneyed to death by rich capital elitism. And so the more that I think people come together like that, though, I think the more that there is going to be, if not an organic development of it, and then of course that will, people who want to make money off it will adapt to meet that, or they will sort of artificially organic do it, so that we start having whole neighborhoods, whole like internal communities of people.
This was a conversation that we had here on the show about 2 months ago. That we opened the show with. It was a pretty in-depth conversation we had about that kind of a thing. I'm sorry?
I've slept since then.
We had that conversation.
Go ahead, Raven.
No, I was just saying that we had that conversation, and it was a pretty interesting conversation. And you're right that there are areas where there is a movement towards those communities, but also we're seeing at the same time that the urban centers are growing, and they're growing rapidly. Recently, we've seen people move out of the cities because of COVID, but once COVID is in our rearview mirror, that's going to reverse, and people are going to move back into the cities again. It's just financially easier for a lot of people to live in cities.
Hurry the fuck up, because I want to buy some property way out in the middle of nowhere, and that's where I want to stay. Like, I have trebuchets, I want to build a moat, and I will launch things at people coming 50 yards from my driveway entrance, right? Like,
I just wanted to dial back a few minutes to what Sister Danger said about, we have these, we could be doing this, but we're not because of capitalism. And I do agree that it's really capitalism, because when you're talking about agriculture, growing crops, to grow any significant amount of crops, you need a lot of acres. And if you're going to do that in some sort of climate controlled interior way, like in a dome, like the Eden Project in Britain or something like that, but for crops, the problem is it costs so much money to set that up. You'd be doing it for 10, 15 years before you even broke even. Because agriculture there's not a huge profit margin in selling plants.
Well, I was just looking though, in Denmark. This is an article that's about a year and a half old. They're building a facility, 7,000 square meters. It'll be the biggest vertical farm in Europe. Crops will grow in stacks 14 layers high. So it is happening. See, this is why. This is why I get
Not here.
the whole capitalism argument falls flat with me, because they have most of the economies of Europe are capitalist to some degree. They have a free market. They have
Well,
a
they're
market
all
economy.
capitalist.
They're all
Yeah.
capitalist, but yet they're doing things that we're not. See, for the problem for us is capitalism plus hyper individualism is the danger.
God.
Can I just say the problem in the EU, to my mind, and I think to most people's minds, even those who are still in the EU, hasn't been capitalism with regard to agriculture. It's been the opposite, because there's been these agricultural policies that have subsidized farming when they're just not sustainable. There's been the common agricultural policy within the EU where, like, this is why we ended up with mountains of food, people starving in other parts of the world, mountains of food. People paid money to produce food, and it doesn't matter whether you produce it efficiently or inefficiently, largely because, like,
There was a
as
butter
it was
mountain
in
every
the
year, wasn't there?
UK farms were efficient, large mega farms, effectively, and French farmers wouldn't accept that. They kept their small little farms, so they got subsidized, so they could produce. They got subsidies for their food, so they could produce like the same food for 1.5 times the price.
Okay, so
And
one of the things
it
that
just doesn't
happens.
work.
But one of the things that happens with the large farms, the big corporate mega farms, which is pretty much the dominant thing here in the United States, is they decide what they're going to grow and what they're not going to grow. And then there ends up being kinds of crops, kinds of vegetables that completely disappear off the face of the earth. I mean, there are vegetables that we used to eat in this country like 150 years ago. They just don't exist anymore. You can't buy them anymore. They're just gone. Because the big corporate farms decided they weren't.
Well, and there's another big problem with the corporate farms here too, is that because they have a lot of money and a lot of lobbying, they are under-regulated. So the cheap price. So part of the reason why they win is because their prices are so much cheaper than, like you said, the small farms, and that's always going to be the case to some degree. But they're so much cheaper because it's basically artificial that they get away with doing a lot of things because they have a lot of money to get away with them. And if they were being regulated the way they should, it would raise the price. Maybe not enough to make the small farms completely viable, but the small farms would still have a market because you get those people who want the farm to table type stuff. They want there's other people with money who pay extra for that kind of thing. But so it's just like here, like we have the big corporations, the big box stores, like Walmart, right? Walmart pays their workers jack dick, and then the workers qualify for public assistance, and so they have their workforce is being subsidized by the taxpayer.
That brings the big point in the UK, because just let me say, when I'm just outlining the UK case, I'm not saying that that's like perfect,
sure.
Right? I'm just saying I just don't see how these systems work. Like I can't see the viability of the alternatives. But the problem with the UK was, as I understand it, with the big farms, was not the farms themselves. Maybe they're not as big as the big farms in the UK. I mean, the UK is like pretty fucking tiny, let's be honest. Really, the problem is the supermarkets, right? These supermarkets, the Tesco's, Asda, who's owned by Walmart, Sainsbury's, these big supermarkets that have large market share, and they will. What effectively they do is they take a farmer and they say, right, you can supply us with 1,000 tons of beef or whatever it is, right? You can supply us with 20,000 tons of barley or whatever, and then they hold them by the bollocks, and they've shown this, and they've shown how even when, like, the supermarkets, this is how bad it got. This was on like a documentary in the UK, that they would like put on the supermarket shelves, say 20% off milk for the next month, and they'd say to their dairy farmers, we're having 20% off milk, we're paying you 20% less, you're taking the hit, right? But because these suppliers are now like these supermarkets, well, who else do you supply to, right? You've got this great big supermarkets, fantastic. They take all your milk. You can expand your farm. You can have 10 times as many cows, all producing milk. Fantastic. But now all of a sudden, they're your overlord. And they say, well, 20% less for the next month. What can you do? You know, you can say no, and then you've lost it. Then where does that milk all go?
We have somewhat of a problem with like that, like particularly in the poultry industry. It's not so much with the supermarkets, but you get like the packers like Tyson Foods and Purdue, where they basically set the rules for the farmers. And so I remember watching this thing was on John Oliver, where you see where these chickens are grown, and they're like, they're technically free range because they're not in cages, and they have about a few 3 square millimeters in in either direction that they can move.
A blade of grass. They've got one blade of grass.
Exactly, and they're all packed in, and so if they get diseases, they spread to one another, and they just it's very sickly and it's very bad. And the farmers are like, I don't want to do it this way. Yeah. But they literally, part of the contract from Purdue and from Tyson is I have to do this bullshit, and it's bullshit. And it was weird to me as I'm watching this, and I'm like, I didn't even see what the interest that Tyson would have or Purdue would have. Why do you care? You're literally telling them that you have to give each chicken a postage stamp of space to stand on. Why? If the guy's got a lot of space and he wants to let the chickens, go out, why not?
That's where, to me, I mean, I'm probably more to the right of most people on here, but that's where, to me, regulation has to come in, and you've got to, I'm all for a free market, but that doesn't mean you can't have regulation. When Margaret Thatcher took over in the UK, when she left, there were more regulations than when she started. Right, a free market doesn't mean you can't have regulations.
Right,
and people have finally forgotten that fact somewhere along the line. And that's what it's needed. I think a lot.
It's become like a religion here among the right wing in this country that all regulation is bad. Any regulation is bad, and even I'm not a libertarian in the U.S. perspective, way it's meant, like the Libertarian Party and people that support the Libertarian Party, because I actually made a using like the principle of non-aggression, a libertarian case for regulation. Because the whole point of regulation is, okay, you have your rights, I have my rights. We all say, okay, my right to swing my arm ends at your nose. Well, the whole point of regulation is to draw those bright lines so we know when I'm about to smack you on the beezer. And it's necessary. So the regulation isn't there to be punitive in advance. It's basically to say within these parameters, because look, everything you do, everything I do, everything you do, we're all harming each other, one way or another. Like if I buy a lot of chicken, I'm driving the price of chicken up, right? So we're all affecting each other in potentially negative ways. And so the regulation is there to say, this is the point at which we're going to sanction you, because now the violence, using the libertarian nomenclature, the violence you're committing against the rest of us has now become onerous, and we're going to use our force against your force to stop you.
Yeah.
But yet they don't seem to get that.
And often it works in like it's almost in a neutral situation. There's a thing in the UK that came out a few months ago, maybe 7 or 8 months ago, which was that suddenly they revealed that plastic packaging, the black packages, like you buy a curry, like a pre-made curry in a black package, that can't be recycled. If it was clear or white plastic, they can recycle it. The black plastic they can't recycle. But why do they all put it in black plastic? Because it looks nicer. Well, look, I'm all for free market. I'm a fucking capitalist. But if you say to everybody, you're all operating by the same rules, black plastic no more, right? Those things go in white or clear plastic. Nobody's particularly suffered there. You've still got your free market competition. But you can recycle the fucking things. I mean, that to me, that I don't see the issue with that,
Right, exactly. And that's a reasonable regulation, which again, because literally the black cartons are actually hurting society. They're causing damage.
Yeah.
I mean, devil's advocate to that is that, like, when you say you don't see an issue, I guess if I was in an evil corporate position or something, and I was going to make an argument for black plastic, I'd probably do it along the lines of something that customers, even if everybody that produces my same type of product had to switch, that customers, when they're actually able to see it, they feel a sense of queasiness and therefore will just not buy the product, period. Not that they'll go to somebody else who sells it in, black packaging or whatever. They'll just stop and they'll completely eat something else. Therefore, it's decreasing my revenues, and I should definitely lobby to keep really environmentally not friendly black
Well,
packaging.
and that's certainly a case that they would make. And the thing is that, yeah, whenever we look at any of these, it's always like which is doing more harm overall. And so if we say, okay, if fewer people eat this product because they can't get it in black, versus what's the damage that's being done to society for having the black packages. And look, in some cases, it may be. Wait, let me finish. Let me finish the thought, please. Can I please finish the thought? Is that you may do the equation and say, okay, you know what? We did the math, and it turns out that the damage done by the black, by the black thing is not as onerous as people not eating this thing. But we may come up the other way. But the thing is, it should be based on that, not just, well, I want to make more money. Well, okay, we all want to make more money, but who are you harming when you make that money? You're inflicting a cost on society, and that has to be factored in as well.
Right,
Something that this is reminding me of, though, a bit is glass. Glass is fully recyclable, fully recyclable, but we're seeing less and less of it as time goes on. And when you try here in Tacoma, now maybe this is different in other places, but they've even gotten rid of glass recycling on the curbside, which is very strange because, like I said, glass is fully recyclable. So I just wanted to put that into the picture because there's some things going on in the comments as well. So,
is it cost effective to recycle? Because I remember reading something in the New Scientist in the UK years back talking about not glass. It was talking about recycling paper, and it said paper's recyclable, but by the time you've transported it to the recycle centre, you'd be better off chucking it in the ground and growing another tree. So I don't know with glass, you can make it out of fucking sand, can't you? So all I'm saying is, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's fully recyclable, but maybe it's one of these things where the cost of melting the glass, purifying it, making some more glass, maybe it's more trouble than it's worth.
I guess the question there, though,
plastics are the real issue.
Well, the thing is, there, as far as the cost of glass, again, you have to look at the real cost of glass, though, right? It's not just the cost of the recycling; it's what cost is there to not recycle. And again, the impact. What's the carbon footprint? What's going to do more harm overall? Now, one of the things, and this is the reason why, actually, I am actually in favor of trash to power plants, because basically throwing stuff on the ground, we know that that's bad because you got off-gassing products for decades, if not centuries, in some cases. And while yes, there's emissions from burning paper or whatever else, but the thing is that there are technologies to capture that stuff. You can very easily capture carbon out of a trash plant because you can control the effluent.
Doesn't the Netherlands do something like this on a nice big grand scale?
Well, there probably are. The thing is, they actually, like here in New Jersey, where I live, near my hometown, where I grew up, they were going to build one, and then there was this big lobbying effort to stop it, and it was had all these environmentalists go out, and they're trying to say how it was going to be so terrible. And mind you, they were going to build this plant in Perth Amboy, New Jersey, and it was going to cause the shuttering of a coal-powered plant in South Amboy, New Jersey. Now, the coal plant, the way emissions work in, the limitations working in New Jersey and probably most of the states, is that if the permits based on when you were built. So this plant was built in 1900. They had open stacks, no emissions controls whatsoever. It's just pouring out all this stuff. So they were going to put this trash to power plant that would have had it was like 3 orders of magnitude or 5 orders of magnitude less pollution. It was way less. Whatever it was way less. But so people were like, "Oh no, pollution!" It's like, yeah, but it's going to get rid of this other thing that's putting sulfur dioxide compounds in the air and all this other stuff. It turned out, so they got it killed. It turned out that the lobbying group that whipped up all the frenzy over it was funded by the coal power plant in South Amboy, who had a vested interest in staying open.
Who could have seen that coming, right?
I want to do really quick. I want to address something that was in the comments too. Dream Machine talking about we're running out of sand. And the thing is yes and no. Like there's different kinds of sand. And the kind of sand that we're running out of is the kind that they use in concrete or like clay sand, that kind of sand. Because it's made out of different things than like the desert sand. Desert sand is completely a different kind of a thing. And we've got millions and millions and millions of years worth of that.
Yeah.
It's just that it isn't really usable in the same way that the play sand is.
Speaking of desert sand, did anybody see recently that there was snow in the Sahara?
Wow.
It's only like the 7th time in the past 50 years, I guess, that there's ever been snow in the Sahara.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wish I put a bet on that. Like Christmas, a white Christmas in the Sahara.
Can I ask a? Oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I was just going to give an interesting little interlude to this, just to lighten it up a little bit. We're talking about recycling because some of you know I'm a firefighter, and we had an incident a few years ago.
You're a fireman?
A recycling plant, and they said the fire was in this kiln, and it right in this building that's right next to the sewage works, right? And it's like, well, what do you make here? Well, we provide Nutribio is what they call it, and they provide it, and it goes out to farmers. They put it on their fields. So I went into this thing to put out this fire in this Nutribio plant, and it's like, what is it? What is this Nutribio? And he says, well, between you and me, it's human shit.
So it's methane.
That's what it is. It's dry. It's kilned human shit that had caught fire. So I come out caked in this, caked in it. Absolutely.
Oh,
it's neutral. It's like at that stage it's neutral, but you can imagine
in your head though.
You can imagine
in your head.
Oh god.
Like,
You're like,
it's like, yeah, it's Nutribio. No, Jim. It's shit, mate.
Well, here's one thing that I think is kind of funny about that. So now, obviously, we use animal manure to fertilize, and obviously now back in the Middle Ages, we did use human waste as well. It's called night soil, but it's human waste. But the human digestive tract is so funky and fucked up that whereas you can put like horse shit or cow shit on the field and there's no problem. Like they're using kiln, they're basically killing all the bacteria. But if you didn't do that and you put it on the soil, the human waste is so toxic with all the bacteria and everything that's in it that you have to boil the shit out of the food. And so there was this food called pottage, where basically you took whatever your vegetables and whatever you're going to grow and you threw it in a big pot and you boiled it for like 6 hours. And because if you didn't, you would basically die of E. coli bacteria.
Yeah.
And so you'd end up with this mushy, like gruel kind of
We are Cylon overlords. That's what you just told me. Like your guys' bodies can withstand so much crazy shit. We are Cylon overlords. That's it. I'm convinced. Like we're actually Cylons. It's amazing.
Now,
I'm curious about something, and maybe you can answer this, Joe. Why is it, since you seem to know so much about the intestines of various creatures on this planet, that animals can do things like we were talking about corn earlier, right? Why can animals digest this different type of corn, whereas humans cannot really digest it if our digestive tract is the superior digestive tract?
It's not a superior well, I mean, it is and it isn't. I mean, the thing is that animals that you're talking about that eat the dent corn, they have multiple
like goats and shit. Like they eat everything.
But they have multiple stomachs and they chew cud. So when you hear chewing the cud, they literally vomit up
Yeah.
what they've eaten, and they eat it again, and it goes from one chamber. So they eat it and goes to one chamber. They regurgitate it, they chew it, it goes to another chamber, and they just keep doing it. Goes to successive chambers where it gets broken down more and more. We only have one.
That
we
would
only have
class
one-
as porn if we did that, wouldn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
It's
We
like-
only have one stomach, and we only have one intestinal tract. So corn, anything that's super fibrous, doesn't get the chance to get broken down.
I've been really drunk before, and I do not suggest that anybody try this cud chewing thing.
But yeah, I mean, literally, if you puked up the corn and chewed it again, eventually you'd break it down enough that
No. You get animals like cats. Cats are like more limited than we are, aren't they? I mean, we're sort of omnivores to a degree, and we're better than they are, sort of thing.
yeah. The other thing
We don't do hairballs, huh?
Well, cats don't do hairballs either, though, and that's actually why cats eat grass, because it makes them puke, and that helps them get hair out of their system that their system has great difficulty digesting.
I
Believe me,
didn't
I have
know.
5 cats. I fucking know about hairballs.
Yeah, I didn't know about
Everywhere.
that. The other thing too is there are also some animals that swallow rocks, multiple
That
rocks,
is true.
because the rocks in their system as they move around, and the rocks basically bang into one another and grind what's in their stomachs down to assist the digestion.
I am not eating gravel. Wow. Okay. So can I ask a question that's kind of off topic but sort of on topic? Is that okay? Is everybody cool? Like, can we move on from this? Does
Sure.
anybody have something they want to say?
Yeah. This is a shitty topic anyway.
Okay. Oh my God. Wow.
Come back,
You know
change the
what?
subject
I
before
think
Jim
that
comes back.
you're dung here, Joe. You're dung.
I'm done.
Yeah, you're dung here. Okay. That was my pun contribution for the evening. Okay, so who do you think has it worse, hypothetically? Do you think that I want you to imagine like kind of where we are now, and then let's imagine that dystopian future, right, where vegetation is dead and there's, the skies are just filled with whatever, nuclear winter or smog or whatever it is that just makes people have to wear their gas masks, and it's very, dystopian and steampunk and cyberpunk and all the things, right? But far enough in the future that we're not alive anymore. Who do you think has it worse? Do we have it worse because we have lived in an in-between phase where we have to experience the dystopia coming and we know what it used to have been? Or do the people who have to live in the dystopia but have never known what it was like to live in a world with jungles and parks and things like that, are they sort of like a deaf person that doesn't actually have it as terrible if they were born with deafness from birth because they've never heard sounds, so they don't know what they're missing, versus somebody who has gone deaf and therefore knows that they're missing like music and all the like the sounds of nature and just I don't know, family talking to you, the sounds of your firstborn baby, right? Like, who has it worse? Do we have it worse because we're like entering that phase, or do the people that have to live in that phase have it worse?
Yeah, we've got it worse, definitely. I'm sure. I mean, there's things we don't know about out there that if we did know about, we'd miss. Definitely. If you grow up not knowing about it. I mean, my lad, I've got a 7-year-old lad now, and he's got a tablet. He plays. I've got a full-size arcade cabinet with a 32-inch monitor, and I tell him about what I had when I was young, and I've shown him Pong with the 2 bats going up and down, and I've said that was like the latest. That was like the latest thing, like when I had that with a little paddle, and I said that was amazing. I didn't think I was missing out because I didn't know any better. I mean, I suppose the only difference is that's temporarily the way round. Like if you can look at you've got David Attenborough there telling you about these chimpanzees jumping to the jungle.
Wait, who's David Attenborough?
Yeah, he's a narrator. He says, very quiet voice says, the chimpanzees.
It's a major documentary.
Like Planet Earth kind of a thing, right?
Yeah. It says, here you can see the wildebeest swallowing along the plain, and That's what he's like, right? So if you've seen that, you know, in the future you can see what you've missed, whereas in the past you don't know what you're gonna miss. I suppose that's the only difference.
Well, and actually,
I would like to hear from Michael about the answer to Sister Danger's question, because I haven't heard from Michael for, I don't know, who was president last time you spoke, Mike?
Is he even listening right now? I don't know.
It's been a pretty aspy conversation, so I'm going to say Carter.
Basically, after we all acknowledged him, he was like, "Give me," like, and we were like, "Senpai!" And after that, he hasn't done anything. Not in the comments, not on the show.
No, seriously though,
Just
Michael,
like,
which do you think would be worse? Being here now, where you knew what it used to be like, and then seeing what you've lost, or never knowing what it was like, but being in the dystopian hellscape?
Well, I think never knowing would be worse. If like somewhere there was a record of like the possibility of it, even though you had never experienced it, if we're passing on our history to them, they're like, and we're telling them there's this thing that you're never going to experience, but we had it during it. I think that would actually be worse.
Is that any different than the Garden of Eden?
well, actually,
I mean,
Jim will probably he may, you know, being in the UK, he may be familiar with this. Are you familiar with Mitchell and Webb?
No. Oh, Mitchell and Webb. Yeah.
So there's this one during Mitchell and Webb. Look, there was this recurring sketch. It was the event quiz show. And so they don't tell you what the event was, but it's some apocalyptic kind of thing. Things are terrible, and they keep making references to the event. And at one point they're like, you know, the winner gets, you know, a book. What were books? you know, But and actually, to your point, Jim, I definitely agree with that. It would be the people who knew, and would have it worse, because, and I say this because a friend of mine who came from China, he said that before Tiananmen Square, China had very strong, strict control over the media, and so they said, "Hey, what we have here is the best in the world, and everybody else has a crap." And he said, "We just believed it because we didn't have any way to know better." And once more information filtered in, he goes, "Now nobody believes the government because everybody knows the government's lying."
Yes.
But back then it was like this period where it was like, you know, it was like you know, we thought it was utopia because we thought the shitty things we had were the best things in the world.
Isn't that what everybody says about like the you know, television and everything, that like years gone by, people were satisfied because they didn't know what rich people had, but then all of a sudden everybody knows what they're missing. You know, you start to aspire to things because you can see what it is you're missing out on. You know,
There's the reason.
But this makes me think about
Alice.
What this makes me think about is people who experienced life before 9/11 and after 9/11.
Why particularly 9/11?
Because after 9/11, we as far as like think about the Patriot Act and just the way that we look at security and the way that we look at I don't know. There's so much that changed after 9/11 as to the way that we think of things. And so if you were born before then and you actually experienced what things were like before then, and you didn't have those worries and you never had, I don't know. I think that was a game changer.
Our concept of patriotism, our concept of privacy, our concept of freedom, it all changed. Our concept of community everything has changed. As Vegas said, and I agree with that 100%. America has never recovered from September 11th.
Holy
and
shit,
one of the
you and Vegas just agree?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We've never recovered from September 11th. And part of it is the fact that every year we make this big thing of it. I mean, I get really annoyed every year when they do all these September 11th events. It's just like, you know, we need to heal this wound. And we're not going to do that if we keep ripping it open every year.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, because Raven and I are around the same age. Like when I was a kid, so you figure, okay, so we're what 21 years on from 9/11, we're almost 20, 21 years on well, this fall it'll be 21 years. So 21 years after Pearl Harbor, you know, and you know, they weren't having the annual let's think about how terrible Pearl Harbor was. You know, I
Right.
mean,
And the reading of the names, the reading of the names. I'm just like,
40
That's
years
the way
on,
with
I
everything, though. It's like if you dress up, you can't dress up as a Nazi now. When I was like 10 years old, if somebody dressed up as a Nazi to a fancy dress party, nobody give a fuck.
Yeah,
Including the people who'd seen their relatives killed by the Nazis. But now that would be a real no-no.
yeah,
now.
but people in America dress up like Nazis all the time.
yes, and Richard Spencer got punched in the face.
Yeah, but
Happy punch Richard Spencer in the face
yeah,
anniversary.
and that's the real difference. The thing is, there's okay, we were moving in the direction we've gotten to now for a long time, but it we hit the accelerator when 9/11 happened. There's definitely a difference. And I think about where we are now. Like I remember in the when Reagan was president in the 80s, I remember being afraid that we might have a nuclear war with Russia. That pales in comparison to the existential dread that I felt the last 5 years.
Why?
Because we're literally, Jim, on the verge. If you follow the news, hear what's going on now. We just missed falling into fascism a year ago, and the people who failed at it last time are working to try to make it happen next time.
Do you feel that, or is that what the media is telling you, Joe?
No, I feel that.
Do you?
Yeah.
Because when I grew up, how old are you?
53.
Okay, so we're similar age. I'm 49. So I remember growing up, and my dad saying to me that there's when I was 10 or 11, there's a genuine chance of a nuclear war. It's a genuine possibility that the world could be destroyed. I don't feel that now. I feel much safer now.
So
sure, there's societal problems, but
I'm
feel the threat that I felt then.
Jim, I'm your age. I'm 50. I grew up with the whole fear of the mushroom cloud.
Yeah.
That it was imminent. That this was something that was probably going to happen. They made the TV movies and everything else. Did not think we would ever reach the year 2000. So I have more fear now about the collapse of the United States than I did then that there was going to be a nuclear war. This country is teetering on collapse.
Yeah. I just wanted to add to that. I mean, I am of the same. I grew up totally sure that we'd be dead before now. You know what I mean? It seemed to me. It just seemed to me that the longer you have these weapons, the more likely it is some jerk is going to use them. I mean, it's just a matter of time, right? And it's just, am I going to live that long? Is my only question. Just because it's going to happen.
What do you fear the most out of a societal collapse?
That's a good question. I just wanted to say real quick about the nukes, though, and I'll come back to that, Sister Danger, because that's a great question. But what amuses me, Jim, is you say you feel safer, and I understand that that's what we're supposed to feel ever since the collapse of the Soviet Union. But what amuses me about that is, I mean, there's still missiles trained at cities, turned on and ready to go. It's not like anything actually changed. Do you know what I mean? Everything's still ready to go. It's just our diplomatic posture and our economic interconnectedness means it's not really expedient for us or our political masters to keep on beating that fear drum when they created this terrorism fear drum 20 years ago. They'd rather beat that.
I felt right with regard to that specific threat. The rationalization on either side is more obvious and apparent, right? So, we never really knew. We always saw ourselves as rational actors, but not necessarily the Soviet Union as rational actors. We hoped they were. We hoped they cared as much about their existence as we did, but we weren't really sure. And now we they're humanized a bit more. Right?
Well, and actually,
Putin's a twat, right? Nobody's going to say different. But we kind of understand they're humans. They don't want to kill themselves. And it probably isn't going to get to that point. The lines of communication are a little bit better now. They'll be fighting around the edges. The Ukraine might be one of them soon. But we don't feel like, does anybody here feel the same threat over the Ukraine now as they would have done 20 years ago?
Yeah, but here's the thing, Tim. I'm not afraid. My fear isn't about what Russia's going to do. I'm actually worried about people in my own country.
Yeah, I get that.
Which brings us back to Sister Danger's question a moment ago. What do you and we should all take turns answering this question because I think it's a great question. What do you fear most about societal collapse? We'll start with Raven and go clockwise.
The persecution and execution and extermination of the other. Anyone deemed to be the other.
So for you, that the collapse would get all the way down to basically Americans hunting Americans.
Yeah. You figure there are groups in this country that their entire identity is tied around the fact that they consider themselves to be the arbiters of
Real
America
Americans
and patriotism. And they're the ones with the guns, and already now they have like networks of people, and they will absolutely become roving bands of an armed militia, rounding up anybody they deem to be not like them, and that would clearly be me. Yeah, that's frightening.
Jim, societal collapse would look different for you than it would for us over here on this side of the pond, but
yeah, it would. I mean, I don't want what I say to take away from that because I understand. It's not like I'm just like poo-pooing that, but it does look different from here. For me, I'm only going to go with what I said a couple of years ago when what would it be? 2020 March, April 2020, when I made a video on the COVID thing. It wasn't even called that then, which was that I thought we were doing the right thing, but I looked at the amount we were putting into it and how much the 2008 recession had cost us. And for me, the biggest threat is the cost of that. I mean, I think we've seen a little bit of that, but what we've seen is, like a tsunami, the tide comes back a bit before the tsunami hits. That's all we've seen is the time coming back. We've got Western economies that are vastly indebted, whose debts versus the GDP are perilous to begin with, and then they've been paying their populations to do nothing for the best part of a year, and that is going to come back, right? And what will be interesting at the end of it is whether more people would have died of COVID than end up dying as a result of, like 10 years down the line, or everything that results from that. That to me is the biggest worry. I don't have the same existential threat with regard to the polarization. I don't think in the UK that there is in the USA.
Right.
I want to say real quick that I think it's reassuring that there's people in the world that still think in terms of an economy collapsing is a horrific thing. I wish that's where we were in this country.
The environment's a bigger thing for me, by the way, but I'm not classing that yet.
Sister Danger, what do you feel most about societal collapse?
I'm actually sort of with Raven a little bit. So I have like kind of a serious and a non-serious answer. Non-serious answer is tampons, dude. I do not want to see the no more existence of tampons. Like, that would be the fucking worst. You don't even know. Like, nobody here knows. Not even you, Raven. I'm sorry.
There's got to be leave, so
thank God.
I guarantee you, though, if tampons didn't exist, you all would suddenly know, and not in the most pleasant of ways.
So like tampons, and I suppose for that matter, extending that thought, the creature comforts in general. You know what I mean? I mean, our comfortable life, the life we have become so accustomed to convenience and comfort and satiating our senses. And if society really collapsed, all of that would go by the by.
It would.
Answering for myself, mine will be really quickly.
I had a second answer.
If society collapsed, I would be most afraid of the collapse of the aviation industry, because it means I probably would never see my kids again, and that's just an intolerable thought to me. What about you, Kazum? What would you say?
About what specifically?
What would you fear most about societal collapse?
I guess wow, that's a hard question. Man, there's just so much that goes into that. I don't know, man. That I hadn't really given it that much. Yeah, there's so many factors.
Top three.
There's what?
Top three.
Well, it would be the rule of people who have the most guns.
Yes.
There would be, man, certainly LGBT issues would no longer. I mean, man, there's just so much. There's just so much. You would the kind of things that you would have to find important in order to survive. There's so much involved in that. So,
Mike?
So I've been tracking the latest decline in the stock market, as well as cryptocurrency following suit, as well as basically everything with equity bleeding its value. We have a housing bubble. It's made me afraid to buy a house. And what I see with a decline in the economy is just taking it back like over the past 100 years. What happened with the Great Depression here in America? It wasn't just here in America; it was all over the world. We were affecting everything, and then a starvation and famine that happened in Germany led to a certain person coming to power that used a certain type of rhetoric that now in America we just got rid of that guy, but he still wants to come back, and he still has influence within a certain party. And instead of little red things on their sleeves, they wear red hats. That makes me fearful.
Really?
I know I've asked this before, but do you really think that Trumpism is similar to fascism? Is it really fascism? Is it similar to Nazism? Because I don't see. I've seen so many people that are Trump supporters who are also pro LGBT, who are also pro the black community. So, I mean, is it really like that?
Okay. Is people not being satiated with their hunger enough to be able to open a fucking book? If you're hungry, you cannot argue politics. That's how Hitler came to power. If you're hungry, you're going to follow anyone who promises you food.
Right.
That's what happened.
But who is promising food though? Who's promising food though? I don't see any side promising food.
Analogous, Kazum. It's analogous.
I don't think he means literal.
I just want to say to answer.
No. I just mean promising anything very specific. Who is promising anything major?
There in Nazi Germany,
Trump is fascist for these reasons. And there's more than just these three, but I'm just going to list off three for the sake of convenience. He depends on a nationalist point of view, and I can't think of a nationalist movement anywhere in the world, anytime in history, that didn't depend on some group within the nation being marginalized, exploited, and or oppressed. Right. So that's one thing. The whole movement depends on that. It's white supremacist openly. Right. And it depends on the real reason it's fascism is because it depends on minority rule. That's a fundamental aspect of any fascist system.
Could I just say something here then? Was Churchill a fascist and a Nazi? Because you could probably say all the same things about, and the same thing like with a lot of the views that people have today. Even if they're quite conservative views, they're probably less conservative than they were in the UK or the US in the 40s. So
I think
if we're talking about Nazi versus not Nazi, which is to me like, why are we still using that term? Because it's like it's just
one of the most definitive factors of Nazism, I think, is its genocidal tendency, not genocide, like wiping out entire peoples. And unless Winston Churchill was out to like eradicate, all of the whatevers from the face of the planet.
I don't think he was, but the points have been made. I think he was definitely racist. He was definitely, I suppose you could say, white supremacist, but not in the way that Hitler was. And
Yeah,
you know,
but these people
most
that
of
we're
these things,
talking about
you know, he
weren't.
certainly wouldn't have been pro-LGBT things. Yeah, most people wouldn't have been. I just think it's like it's kind of hysterical talk to talk about Nazism. Or fascism in
I
that
mean,
kind of way.
is there a particular part of the Trump? Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. Is there a particular part of the Trump movement that wants to push to eliminate an entire portion of the population?
Did you see? Remember the guys who ran with the tiki torches and carrying Nazi symbols that Jews will not replace us? Those guys.
Well, yeah, but that's not a particularly large portion of the Trump supporters, though.
More than you think.
When those people walk amongst a crowd unchallenged, what do you make of that? I mean, it's sort of the evil will flourish where good men do nothing, right? I mean,
So yeah, I wanted to really quick. I wanted to say, so I tried to get in before and to say it, but I couldn't. So let me say it now since it got a little quieter. In Germany during World War II, there was a word used for Germans who had no problem with Jews or anybody else, but still supported Hitler, and there was a word for those people: Nazi.
Yeah. I mean, here's well, again, and I didn't get a chance to give my fears of societal collapse. Well, the first one, a couple of things. The first one is because I'm like although different medications for different reasons, but like Raven, I am dependent on certain medications for my continued survival. If I run out of my blood pressure medicine for more than a couple of weeks, my days are numbered, and ditto my diabetes medicines. But really, yeah, it really does come down to kind of a similar thing that we already have. There's always been attacks by bigots against marginalized people here. Sometimes at some points organized by the government. But we're seeing a rise of that, and I know, based on we look at the polls that get done based on attitudes, that would be a serious problem. And seeing as how I fall into multiple of those categories that of people, I think that my days would be numbered. And actually, I disagree with Vegas' idea that some people they want to see it. Like, no, I struggle now. I'm in a post-apocalyptic dystopian world, I think that I would probably make sure that I took myself out before somebody else did, so that at least I can do it under the way I want to go and not the way somebody else decides for me.
In the comment section, Michael, you need to finish your point.
Yeah, my point
was there's going to be a revolt.
Yeah, if I were to finish my point, it's that the decline of civilization gives a path to not the best leaders. It doesn't matter if they're actual Nazis or half Nazis. They could be totalitarian. They could just be really bad for us. We don't have the position to be able to choose because we won't be educated and we won't be, satiated. We'll be hungry. We'll be homeless. That sort of thing.
And also make no mistake. First off, at the RNC convention, Republican National Convention for 2020, they had a literal Nazi symbol, well, not Nazi, but they had a white supremacist symbol as the stage. The stage was built to be in the form of a symbol that the white supremacists in the United States have glommed onto as an alternative to the Nazi cross. Because
what symbol? I don't know this. What symbol is that?
I forget what it's called.
Right, okay.
But basically, it's a Nordic symbol, but they basically have it means like family or something like that. But
right, okay, I'm not denying what you say. I just know that like that was called a symbol, and people who do that for no with
Right,
no
right.
understanding at all, wouldn't they?
Yeah, but
That's all I'm asking.
yeah, but the thing is, so what ends up happening is, and there's actually an article written. So the guy, one of the leaders of the white supremacist movement here in the United States, he said, "Well, look, we can't go around wearing Nazi crosses because people don't like that. So let's go for this symbol because most people don't know what it means. But this is our little dog whistle. You put this
Yeah,
out
fair
there,
enough.
and people in the movement know what it means. And
Nice.
also, quite frankly, the for most for not for everybody but for many people flying that the Confederate stars and bars, that is also another hidden, not so hidden symbol. At my family is from, well, my father's family is from Alabama, and we're still dealing with this shit in the South. I keep hearing it's the new South. Yeah, meet the new South, same as the old South. We're still having problems, even today. So I'm very concerned about what would happen to me, what would happen to I mean, I'm of mixed heritage, so my other side. Although again, on my other side, it's part Jewish too. So like I said, I got a lot of things stacked against me. So
You're fucked
I-
either way,
I'm
Joe.
fucked,
aren't you?
man.
I want to really quick. I wanted to address because, like, Vegas had said, whenever lefties, become paranoid about Trump's dog whistling and his, particular ilk, he'd have them reflect on the ineffectual January 6th insurrection, and that there wasn't much success there, basically. So there's not really much to worry about from that side. And I completely disagree. I think we came a lot closer than a lot of people want to admit. Even before January 6th, I mean, in December 16th, the month before, Trump actually wrote an executive order ordering the military to seize every voting machine in the country and basically to declare himself president. Do you really think that if he had done that, he would have been giving up office someday?
right,
I mean, he was about to declare himself emperor.
and that's the thing. The fact that a coup fails doesn't mean that it's not awful. And then the fact that the people who have
Right.
who attempted
But-
it are still around and
Right.
still attempting to do
And,
more
and
again.
something to keep in mind is, like, basically it's like murder, right? Attempted murder is still a crime. You still go to jail for attempted. Just because it failed doesn't make it like okay. So yeah, there was a coup attempt, and it failed, and we need to do something, and we need to act on it, because if we don't, it will eventually succeed. So
Brian.
Hi, good evening,
Hi, Brian.
everybody.
Hi, Brian.
I just wanted to make the quick point that even I am aware that there are some that maintain that Trump is still the president, and he is a president operating in exile, more or less. And there are some, even speaking publicly, that refer to him as the president, not the ex-president. I just wanted to make that small point at this juncture.
Yeah, Vegas, you're also missing the fact that in multiple states, I think it was 315 laws were passed to restrict voting, and also in some states to make it legal for the legislature of those states to throw out the votes that people have
13.
Legally casted. Yeah, 13
I
states.
believe it's 13 states. So
And
there's 13 states where democracy doesn't matter anymore. That's it. That's it. They're not democratic anymore.
Okay, I have a question. That's something I've kind of been pondering recently, related to just like states and just laws being created, right? And the way the world is going. But do you think that perhaps if things were to continue trending the way that they do, that because the populace reaches kind of a what do we call that? Like where you reach the critical point that something happens.
Crucible.
I know that there's a word for what I'm thinking, but it doesn't matter.
Critical mass.
They just, kind of like that. Like they reach this critical point, right, where they realize that there is nothing they can do to actually go through the system of legalities and laws to change legalities and laws to effect justice. That they will simply stop trying to do that, and they will simply largely disregard the law it in an everyday activity, you know, and maybe even a little bit more than everyday activity, right? But they'll largely just start to just disregard it and not give a fuck because it's so stupid. It's so overbearing. It's so everything. Nobody can remember all of this. Nobody can actually abide by all of this. This isn't a real way to live. It doesn't reflect the actual world, right? That they'll just stop. Nobody will care that anybody else has stopped because we've all stopped together, kind of as a societal thing, right? And
I'm lost.
at that no, and at
No,
that
I understand
point,
what you're saying.
instead of going through the legal system to have a governmental change will come because nobody is adhering to the law anymore at all. We won't have to go through the process of deleting old laws or revising laws. It will just sort of be a slow merge into nobody's obeying the laws, and we have to now create something new, right?
Okay.
And
Societal collapse. I mean, isn't that what we were
just
talking about?
forget about the
Well,
old shit,
and
right?
actually,
But
well,
that's
until you got to the part about like creating a new thing,
Well,
you actually explained why a lot of black people in America are disaffected because basically not there were laws specifically written against us, and even when those were taken off the books, the laws were unevenly applied. So there are a lot of black people who feel that it doesn't that political action doesn't matter because basically no matter what we do, that we're behind the eight ball. Now, I happen to disagree with that notion, but I understand why some people feel that way.
2506.
It's also whether you actually get to that point. I mean, it sounds like sort of like Wat Tyler and the Peasants' Revolt in the UK. Like, well, it wasn't the UK then, of course. Like in the 14th century, like we get to a point where you're that pissed off, you can't take any more away from you, and so you just
right.
think, "But I'm going for it." But I don't know whether things are really at that point now. Are they? I just say hi to Brian as well because, like. I've exchanged that many comments with Brian over the years, and
Yeah.
never
Hi.
said hi to him. Like so, yeah.
Well met, sir. Well met.
Yes, indeed.
Well, I mean, you know how, so for example, like in the United States, right? Like sword fighting is literally in some states a law that is legally on the books. It's
Sword
never,
fighting.
yes, yes, actual sword dueling at high noon in the streets. Like those are some laws that we have in certain states that are still on the books, right? But nobody adheres to them anymore, right?
Well, yeah, but like in the UK, there's
we just
still a
ignore that
law.
shit.
If you're within the city boundary of York, you can shoot a Scotsman with a bow and arrow between the arrows of dawn and dusk or
Yes,
something.
and
Right?
let
But
us say that somebody
yeah.
did that. What do you suppose would really happen is the point that I'm making, right?
Yeah.
My point is that we've got, if we just like kind of keep creating these laws, and at some point there's no way that our cumbersome legal system is representative of actual everyday living with the society, right? And so the society is just like, fuck it. Like the only time we care about what the law is when yon sheriff comes round to town and is going to try to lay a smackdown on us with, you know, forces that we can't contend with. Then maybe we care. And the rest of the time we do whatever we want, right? Like, I don't know.
Well, I
Like,
mean, I'm not sure exactly. I this is what I said before. I'm kind of lost. Like, I mean, are you saying that we should just like to do away with law?
no, I'm asking whether or not you think that will become a thing.
No.
No.
Why?
No.
It has in the past.
Because okay, so like we were talking before about societal collapse, and that's why while you were describing, I kind of butted in and I said societal collapse because that's what you were describing, and I think that's a possibility. But something, at least regionally or by state or in certain cities or whatever, something will replace the law, and most likely it'll be the law of the strong. It'll be, you know, whoever has the weapons or whatever group is the most dominant in that area. So
That's
like
always been the case throughout history and in every culture in the world. Justice is the construct of the prevailing power structure.
so I mean, if the law, you know, the society that we live in, the law collapses because nobody decides that they're going to follow it anymore, and it doesn't have any meaning anymore, and it just kind of goes by the wayside. What will replace it would be that exactly. Whoever could, dispense their brand of justice by force.
But it can take different forms, though, can it? Like
Right.
Paul says there, like he suggests what's happened. But like, if you look at what happened in most of Europe and what happened in the UK, it was quite different. There was a revolution in the UK, but effectively then it was walked back. And so, whereas there was the overthrow in the republics in most of Europe, there wasn't in the UK, and there was a sort of eventually a fudge, and I think that is generally nowadays what's going to happen, because people are more savvy now. You're going to get a power fudge. You're going to get the same thing that happened in the UK. You're not going to have one Charles leaving, another coming back. You're going to have what you can have is a system where the system absorbs. So that's not to say that a revolutionary tendency will achieve nothing, but it probably won't achieve its revolution. It will just turn those levers of power in its favor a little bit.
Right. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, if that's why I always like to point out to people in this country who, don't like the fact that of the power imbalance we have here, and they think revolution is the way to go. And I remind them that it took France 84 years to get a stable republic after their revolution, when their revolution started, and Russia and China are still fucked up. A long way on. So, Russia's now over 100 years, and China's about almost 80 years now. So
1776 is a rarity.
Yeah.
And
in part because it was actually a revolution by the gentry. We have the mythology of it. That was the farmers. The farmers did the heavy lifting, but it was a revolution of the gentry.
One could also make the argument or the observation that America is still fucked up and trying to work it out post-revolution, post-Civil War.
Yeah. I'm not sure that's just a plain maybe America's still fucked up. No, I'm pretty sure you're par for the course. You're right.
The other thing too, the truth of what Raven said before about, look, if society really does break down, and that it's going to be, the law of the strong, which is why I laugh at people who believe that natural rights are a real thing. Like, look, rights are awesome. We made them up, and I'm glad we did, because it's an awesome concept. It's great, but we completely made that shit up. It was in the mini series John Adams. I looked into it. It was attributed to John Dickinson from Pennsylvania. He didn't actually say it, but I found there was actually one of the members of the Continental Congress who did say this. He said, because some people were actually making the natural rights argument back then, and he said, I looked for our rights in the laws of nature and found them only in political society. So I looked for our rights in the British Constitution and found them there.
That's a fantastic series, and I've watched it twice. So if you haven't seen it, watch it. That is a fantastic series.
Yeah.
I mean, whether or not there's some larger thing that promotes the idea of natural rights or not, I mean, it is something that this country kind of bases things on. So, I mean, should we say that, well, because they're not really based on the Bible, or they're not really based on religion, should we discount them?
Kazoom, I think you're conflating two things. I think you're conflating the concept of natural rights with what's in the Declaration of Independence, which is our inalienable God-given rights or whatever. And there's a difference, I think, in emphasis between God-given, or people say they're given by God. That's not quite the same thing as natural rights. Natural rights seems to, from my understanding, and maybe I've got it wrong, but it emanates from this idea that there's certain things that you're endowed with because you're alive that are rights that, and I kind of think in those terms, but I don't think that nature grants them. I agree with Joe that we made this stuff up.
Actually, I disagree with that a little bit.
And George Carlin pointed out and George Carlin's not like, my messiah or nothing, don't get me wrong. But he pointed out in one of his stand-ups that, in Germany, they've got 23 rights. In America, we've got 10 rights. And, every country's got its own. And if you look at the Declaration of Human Rights, it's beautiful. It's got way more than we've got in our Declaration of Independence for the UN Declaration of Human Rights.
Oh, like ridiculous. something like 40 or something.
Hasn't it gone from
Wow.
God-given to super-majority given? Really,
Well,
that's what
okay,
it boils down to, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so I think that we're talking about different kinds of rights, though, and that it's important to make that distinction, right? Because what do we mean? What we mean when we say this is my right, as according to, say, the Constitution, versus this is my right as according to what I personally can effect as a living being taking action on the physical world, are two very different ideas, right?
But people say that natural rights exist, saying that we're endowed not by what you decide, or it's literally like we just have the right to do a bunch of things. And well, the thing is, like, but we don't, like, and by like, we don't have a right to life. For instance, if we didn't have a society and we just lived feral, well, something could kill me and there's nothing to stop it, and there's no accountability. It's just that, well, Joe is dead now.
That's kind of
the right to life is philosophical. Like
Right.
the
There was
way
a-
you're describing it is very philosophical. It is not
But
visceral, right? And this is what I'm saying, is that once we this is bringing me to my point, which is, I don't think that it is correct to look at rights as a black and white. Rights are very much a Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? According to how advanced a society is or is not. And when we become more advanced, such that we can provide for our lower levels on the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we can then begin to create greater or more intricate series of rights that are not based on something that is just law of the jungle. Because law of the jungle is motherfucking barbaric.
Right, but you just used a lot of words to say what I said, that we made rights up, which is true.
They're bestowed. There's no such thing as natural rights.
Yeah, there are such a thing as natural rights.
Okay, but you just went through this whole big wordy thing that said the exact opposite of that.
No, I didn't. I said there's two different rights.
The natural
rights are what I can physically, personally.
You said that
Did I not say that my natural rights are what I personally can effect on the physical world? That's it. Whatever
you don't have a right to manage to do. You don't have a right to do that. You don't have a right to.
I do if I do it and it's successful. That's what law of the jungle is. That's what natural rights are. If I do,
but that's not what natural rights are.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, what? You know what, Mr. Danger? Right, you're always correct.
Wait. It seems there's a confusion between natural rights and law of the jungle. I just wanted to make that clear.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah, the natural right of the prey is to be killed and eaten. The natural right of the predator is to kill and eat that prey.
Right.
We as sapient, and I'm using the distinction that was drawn the other week, we as sapient beings have determined that in order for a society to function, we need to change that state of affairs. We need to make it so that if the weaker person is victimized in some way or is exploited in some way, that there is some recourse to justice for that person. This is something that we have established in our codices, in our laws.
Right.
And this is something that does not exist in nature.
Right, exactly. Because here's the thing: like some libertarians, not all, but some libertarians think you have a natural right to free speech. But no, I mean, if basically people that don't like your speech just decide to kill you, if we didn't have a society that said we don't have the right to do that, people could just kill you because we didn't like what you said.
The addendum to what I'd just like to say is what a lot of people say is my right to do something is actually not a right. It is a granted privilege.
Right.
What a lot of people who bang on about rights, and I know I've made this point before, I'm sure, but I mean, I had a conversation the other day on Twitter as the first thing approaching a flame war I've had on Twitter for several years. And some idiot is called Nick Fuentes. Anybody familiar with that person?
I've
heard the name.
And Nick Fuentes apparently caused some controversy because he said that he made saying the N-word cool again, and he said a bunch of other idiotic stuff. And I made some comment about it, and then someone commented to my comment, and we had this conversation. He was saying, to cut to the chase, he said to me that saying the N-word is the mark of a free man. And the corruption of that level of thinking is just beyond my comprehension. But I said to him, saying the N-word is the mark of someone who isn't thinking for himself, who's insecure and has to seek negative attention because he knows he doesn't deserve positive attention. I just don't understand how people want to say what this is not freedom. Doing things that just because you can and it might piss people off isn't necessarily freedom. That's licentiousness. It's not the same thing.
Freedom does not come unbundled.
Right.
Freedom comes with consequences. When you express a freedom to do or say something, the world also has the freedom to react and respond. Yeah. And this is another reason why we, for a functioning society, have introduced and implemented various codicils, to govern how the world reacts and how we interact with our world.
Right.
It's not rocket science.
Exactly.
Okay,
I just want to react to Vegas, because Vegas says whether natural rights are innate or bestowed, I don't grasp why it's so important to diminish them. They are clearly important. Well, here's the thing. They didn't say rights are not important. My point is that the people who make the claim that the rights are some fact of nature are incorrect. We made them up, and the fact that we created them doesn't make them less important.
It doesn't diminish them.
Yeah, we created them because it's important. It's necessary for society to function.
Exactly. That's why we created them.
Bingo.
It's a necessity for society to function
and
rationally.
I think that's why it's important to know the difference. I think that's why it's important to understand, to realize that the things that everybody takes for granted as their rights are actually bestowed upon us as a privilege of the society that we have built and that we live in.
That's right.
And without this society, those rights disappear. Without those rights, the society disappears.
Yeah, even the libertarians love to say, like, the principle of non-aggression. That's something humans made up. It's a principle that we thought up. It's a good principle, but we totally made it up.
I would like to see somebody who objects to that as a principle, being made up.
What happened?
Force it against something like a lion or a puma.
Joe, can you remember a few episodes back where I gave you permission to call me Cracker as long as you leave the hard R off the end? Remember that?
I do remember
I've decided that for your safety, we have to enumerate that privilege in what I'm calling the Nilla waiver.
See, that's the other thing too. Like the people that they want to say it's their right to say the N-word. Well, look, technically they're right. It is their right to say the N-word as much as they want. Maybe not in every place. Like obviously in the workplace, the boss has the right to say, "Hey, you don't work here anymore." But basically, like, my thing is that, okay, but I have the right not to associate with you if that's what you feel is so important for you to say. So I had mentioned a while back there was a I forget what his whole channel name is, but his name is Gus, and I was in a thing with Mowdy, and Gus used the word, and I said, Gus, I don't want you, don't say that word to me, and he got I don't like people telling me what language I can use. So, and he's correct, I can't control what language people use around me. So I dropped out. I just hit the quit and I jumped away. And he was shocked, which is fucking stupid because of course I'm not going to sit around and have somebody say it. Was one thing if we were discussing the word intellectually. I would feel differently about it. But he didn't use it intellectually. And I'm like, so Gus, why are you surprised? You say it to get a rise out of people, and then you're shocked when you get a rise out of people. So don't fucking do that, and don't think you're not entitled to my presence if you're going to use language that I find personally objectionable.
Joe makes a very good point in that the only actual natural right that you have, as opposed to privilege that you're exercising, is the right to exclude yourself, to take yourself out of a particular situation.
So
if you're successful in that, i.e. if the lion lets you get away, that's great. But if he doesn't, then sorry, but natural privilege of the lion to eat you superseded yours to get away. Sorry.
Right. So, see, why is it different? Or why does it matter? Like whether people call it natural or not? Okay, so let's scenario. Let's say you're living in this society, which is, it's not perfect, but it's known to have a lot of freedom. It bestowed upon their people a lot of different rights, rights that are valued all over the world for like expression and all kinds of stuff. And then something happens where a virus or a disease of some kind of sweeps over the land. And in order to protect safety, some of those rights might have to be, they're not taken away, but they're kind of temporarily, dimmed,
Curtailed.
right? Like you curtailed a little bit, not removed, just, what happens is if you believe that these rights are natural rights that you were born with, you might end up doing things like not giving a shit about your neighbor and not following any of the suggestions that are put forward to keep people safe. You might actually even decide to take up arms against your country because you feel as though something is being taken from you that you never really had to begin with, because you're convinced your rights are natural. So what happens is there's bloodshed. There is societal disorder. There is all kinds of really stupid fucking shit that we see now, Vegas. That's why it's a big deal.
Could
What did
I,
you say,
could I,
Jim?
yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit in here that because I've been reading a really interesting book at the moment. By a guy who's actually a firefighter, or was a firefighter, a guy called Paul Embry in the UK. You might have heard of him, Paul. He was quite big. He's in the Mirror a few times. He was a senior officer actually in the fire brigades union, and unlike the union, who were vigorously pro Remain during the Brexit thing, he was one of the Leavers, which was actually the natural left-wing stance, right? A lot of people don't realise this. They see Leave as right-wing and Remain as left-wing. That's not the natural stance, if you like, going back to the 70s, which was that the left-wing side was vigorously protectionist, economically, an isolationist, and Remain didn't want to be part of the EU. And they threw him out the union and they treated him abhorrently. But reading his book, one thing that really struck a nerve was how it was looking at people. He's looking at people. The book's called Despised, and it's effectively looking at the way the Labour Party has become a sort of effectively a kind of middle class London-based party, which in some ways I think is quite reasonable to make that point. And the actual left-wing core that originally made up the party is disliked by the intellectual side of the party. And the point he makes, and I think it makes sense in the wider sense, is not necessarily disagreeing with people on these issues. It's looking at their fears, right? What he says is that it's not that there was two sides of the left wing of the Labour Party, I should say, and they disagreed. It's that one side wasn't looking at the other side's fears. They're just despising them. They're looking at the old left-wing side and saying, "You're bigots. We don't want to know you. We'll take your vote, but you're racist. You're bigots. Without looking at like what is going on in your lives that's making you feel like this, and is that a reasonable way to feel given what's happening in your life?" And when you look at some of those societies and the turmoil, you've lost your job, you've lost so much, and maybe 30 or 40 or 50% of the people in your community now have a different religion, have a different belief structure, etc., etc. That's a pretty big fucking turmoil. And the people who are judging them haven't got that same level of turmoil, And I think that is applicable to so many of these different discussions.
Well, what I think is interesting about hearing that, Jim, is that we've seen a similar thing here and a similar switch. I remember as a kid in the 70s, the the conservatives were very, globalist, because they're looking at economic interests. Hey, we can make all this money by being global, and the left wing here was protectionist, and they were against a lot of these big things, and that has swapped over the last 40 years, where now what passes for the left in the U.S. is globalist, and the right wing is xenophobic and isolationist. And it's kind of weird. And so that's why, like, when people tell me about how, oh, well, the politics in the UK and US are so different, I'm not convinced. I think that was always been the words, but I think in reality, they're a lot, your right wing and our right wing are a lot closer than people would like to admit.
Yeah.
And vice versa. Now, your left is further to the left than our left, but this idea that, like, I've heard a lot of people say, well, the left, what passes for left, like the Democrats are like where your conservative party is. No, it's not.
So, like, touching on like the other part of
Sorry to interrupt. And the same thing, the same balkanization has happened where blue collar workers used to vote Democrat and now they vote Republican.
Yeah.
So, like, the other part of that you talked about, though, was like basically not understanding what the other side is feeling, or why they're the fears that they have that are making them vote the way they do, or to act the way they do, and asking whether or not that's reasonable. And we have that here, but we've actually done that. Like, we've asked the why, and it's not reasonable. Oftentimes that we see a lot of people that are on the other side, as far as like the people that are on the right, are some of the most privileged and affluent and affluent and well taken care of people on the planet, and they feel as though they are the downtrodden.
Yeah.
That guy. The guy, when the Black Lives Matter, folks were walking past his house, came out with a gun, right? He lives in a mansion, but he was a victim. He put himself out there. He was the victim.
The Republican Party can't be the 1%, though, can they? Because there's only 1% of them, right? There's got to be more to it than that, hasn't there?
Well, everybody else are temporarily embarrassed millionaires.
I have a question that's kind of leading from this. When we make our observations that back in the day, the Republican / conservative / whatever were supporters of these moves in society, and the other side were the opposite, blah 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 blah. And then we also make the observation that people that used to vote one way are now voting the other way, and yada yada yada. Are we not, in actual fact, just, I hate to use the word the term Overton window, but is it not sort of like a focal point of society that has sort of shifted? Yeah, and rather than things themselves changing, it's just the perception with which we as a society collectively are viewing them.
I think that's part of it, but I think it's not the whole story.
Okay.
Because again, we had a similar reversal in the U.S. with the Democrats and Republicans. Again, the Democrats used to be the Southern Party, and they were labor and they were Southern. So, the Republicans were actually like the more progressive party. And then over time, they've actually had a couple of reversals. Part of which changed over the civil rights issues.
Civil rights and voting rights. And Lyndon Johnson said we're going to lose the South for a generation. It turned out it's forever.
Yeah. So basically, what ended up happening is that, like, so for instance, like Strom Thurmond was a Democrat at one time, but then he left the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party started embracing civil rights. And mind you, the Republicans were okay with civil rights at the time. But so what happens, first they left the Democratic Party, formed the Dixiecrat Party. Strom Thurmond actually ran for president. I forget if it was, I think it was in 1956, failed. So what ended up happening is at a certain point, the Republicans, as people started leaving the Democratic Party over civil rights, the Republicans started courting them because they're like, hey, voters, right? Let's get these voters in. And over time, they've taken them on. And then what's happened, like in the last 40 years, as the Democrats have become more globalist and less protectionist, um, and they've been less. They're pro-union, but they're less pro-union than they used to be. In an odd way, the Republicans picked up the union guys, even though the Republicans are totally anti-union.
Yeah,
Because they felt because like you said, like Jim was saying before, those people, they felt like the Democrats weren't listening to their fears anymore, and the Republicans talked about it. They didn't actually do anything about it, but they
right.
talked about it and they stroked their fears. Well, the Democrats are letting in all these illegals and they're letting in foreigners and they're taking your jobs, which of course isn't actually happening. But the fear of there was there.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It feels like you're kind of speaking to my point in a way.
Yeah.
And I'm going to sort of refer back to some things that were said earlier. For example, with regards people starving, yeah, and that sort of pushing people's voting habits and disposition towards society, etc., this way and that way. And what you were just saying about, okay, they pay lip service to the requirements of their electorate, etc., or hoped for electorate, etc., etc. And this kind of speaks to the point that I'm trying to make here, is that at the end of the day, the hungry are still hungry.
Yeah.
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 The politicians saying, we will find you food, seem to be skipping across the aisle left and right willy-nilly, and nothing gets done. And all of this kind of speaks directly to a video I made, frankly, it's got to be nearly 10 years ago. You might remember it, Noel, Jim. You might remember it, where I posted a video of Charlie Chaplin and the speech that he gives in, I think it's the Little Dictator, or
Great
whatever
Dictator.
it is. The Great Dictator.
Yeah.
It's the Machine Men speech.
Yeah.
Yeah, and all of the criticisms that he makes in that speech, they're just as pertinent today as they were then.
Which is horrifying.
And exactly, it is horrifying, because you'd think that in the
90
well, in 20 years, it will be a century, more or less, since. Yeah, had there been political will to effect change, some change would have been effected. Yeah, and this again, yeah, the politicians skip across the aisle and pay lip service to all the needs of the electorate, but nothing ever changes. And this, I think, is at the crux of what last year January 6th was all about, what Occupy was about, what all these various movements and shifts in political opinion and social zeitgeist are all speaking to is, damn it, all of you that are in charge, fundamental change has to happen, and you're not doing it.
The other thing, if I can say, is that it's not just change, it's actually just people feeling like they've been listened to. Even if nothing happens, I think that's a lot of what happened with Brexit. It was just people feeling like they hadn't been listened to, and it was a bit of a fuck you. It was like, well, I don't even believe this is going to happen. Even if I vote for it, even if the majority of people vote for it, I still don't think it's going to happen, because I think what's going to happen is there's a kind of elite there. Whether that's, and I think it's partly true and it partly isn't. Right.
So I'm going to
sort of political elite, but they've got an idea there is, and people want to be listened to.
So
that's
Sister Danger. Oh,
that's a good point. That is
Sister
a good
Danger.
point.
Sister Danger is back. Oh, she doesn't have her headphones on. So, okay, I wanted her to hear that I'm going to agree with Vegas for a second time in one show. Primary reason that Trump was elected was because the middle class felt like they were sold out, and thus a pseudo-populist movement emerged that could have either went for Bernie or Trump. And I think, I think actually that if Bernie had gotten the nomination, I think he would have won. And I think for that reason exactly. There were two very different messages that they had that were basically populist messages. And for Bernie, it was very much you need to be taken care of because you've been fucked over, and I'm going to make sure you're taken care of. And people wanted that. Because he didn't get the nomination, Trump had the other populist message, which was, you've been fucked over, so let's fuck them back. And I think if Bernie had gotten the nomination, he would have won.
I tend to agree with all that. I wanted to make a point to something Jim mentioned before you. Part of the reason I think that the Brits in particular were sort of, hey, man, even if I vote for this, it's never going to happen. They're never really going to do it, was because, as you might recall, when the Maastricht Treaty got passed, I think it was Ireland and possibly Norway had to have two referenda before they passed it.
Until they get the right answer.
Yeah. So I think half the people expected there to be, and in fact, I marched for a second referendum myself on 2 separate occasions with 1 million people, in London, because I just didn't want Brexit to happen. I thought it was going to be pretty bad.
I was the opposite of you, Paul. I voted Remain, but once it happened, I was like, right, I don't care about any of that now. This is the vote, and to be quite honest, the original vote should have been a supermajority, to my mind. Any serious constitutional change ought to be a 60-70% majority, in my view. Otherwise, it's just like what happens on the day.
Totally.
But anyway,
agreed.
That was how it was set up. That's what happened. So at that point, I hardened my heart and thought, well, fucking hell, I never thought this would happen. But now it's happened. Now this is how people have voted. This is what's going to happen. And whatever happens now, I'm always going to vote leave, because this has to be carried through at this point. Because if it doesn't, what does that say about us, right? If we don't carry it through, what's that going to do? The damage that's already been done is going to be like a tenfold. You know?
Yeah, see, the thing is, I look at it a little differently. Granted, I don't live there, but so I'll preface that obviously my opinions, whatever it's worth. But the thing is that I feel like, and I actually see this as another similarity between Labor and the Democratic Party, because the referendum was non-binding, and I agree with you. Any change like that should have been, if they were going to actually make it count, it should have had to be a supermajority. So the fact that it was still relatively close, I felt that if and I know the the Tories were in charge when it happened, so the ability of Labor to do anything was somewhat limited. But I felt like Labor rolled over once the vote happened. Labor rolled over, and I kind of feel like that's one of the reasons why people in the left, the real leftists in this country don't like the Democratic Party, is because the Democrats have a tendency to roll over. And so it seems to me they should, well, you know what? Yes, that's really nice, but the could have pointed out, like, hey, what was it, 53 to 47, whatever it was, and we shouldn't be making this change based on this close vote and not even having another referendum. This was a pulse of the people, so it means people are disaffected and they're unhappy. So what do? Let's do something to change that. If that means we got to renegotiate things with the EU or change our stance or whatever, let's do that.
If only it was that easy.
Right, but the thing is that the referendum isn't what created everything else. It basically allowed whatever happened to come out, but there was still it could have been stopped. It could have been stopped, and it wasn't, because Labor, in my opinion, and granted, I'm looking from a long view, Labor rolled over.
Okay, I got just real quick, and then we got to let Brian go because Brian's been waiting. But I just got to say, it's a misunderstanding to conflate leave and remain in a left and right dichotomy. It did not work like that at all. There's plenty of people on both sides, who of left and right, who are either leave or remain.
Center left, center right, remain. Far right, far left, leave.
Yeah,
right.
That's it is not as simple as it is in the US. When it comes to Brexit.
But I have a question though. But isn't the Labour Party largely center left as opposed to far left?
The parliamentary Labour Party
voters are the people who run the party.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. But I'm saying is they since they were predominantly Remain, they should have fought for something.
Yes, but Jeremy Corbyn, who was a leader, wasn't centre left. He's far left.
He was far left at the time.
He's got a different principle to most of his parliamentary party. It's fascinating stuff, really. In years to come, it'll be fascinating to look back on it all.
when it comes to the actual referendum itself, I agree. It should have been a supermajority, not least because the proposition that was put to the country was so woolly. And it really was woolly. There was nothing specific. There was no plan of action. There was nothing. It was just, are we gonna do this or not? Yeah. Now I'm with Jim. Once, and I didn't think it was gonna be a leave vote, but once it was a leave vote, for me, the only course of action was, okay, this is going to happen. How do we make it happen in the least damaging way possible? Yeah. And that is what most of the arguments, certainly the ones that I was paying attention to, that were going on in the House, during all of the negotiations. And yeah, 1 minute, said, okay, having led the charge, Boris Johnson said, threw his hands up and said, no, I don't want to actually do it. I don't want to do it. Theresa May can do it. I don't want to do it. And Theresa May, she was a Remainer.
I saw a brilliant political cartoon in the run up to the election for Leave and Remain. It was a split cartoon, and in one half of the cartoon, a guy's getting punched in the face and the tooth's getting knocked out, and that was Remain. And in the other one, he's getting hit in the head with a sledgehammer, and that was Leave.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, we were talking the other week about the least worst of two options. Voting and elections, it really was. Brexit really was. It was choice between a shit sandwich or a shit sundae. How do you want your shit served?
I do think as well,
So-
like there will be another Scottish referendum, right? It's going to happen.
There will, yeah.
And I think they're not going to accept anything other than a simple majority. So I do think I know it's much more further forward than politicians will ever look, which is about 5 minutes time. But I do think it's worth saying that, right, let's set some legislation in for 10 years' time, right? It doesn't happen until 10 years' time, but in 10 years' time, after that point, anything that has major constitutional significance has to have a supermajority. So you can have another Scottish referendum within that time, because that's probably going to happen. But after that, then we will have some common sense standard. Anything that's like that you can't just roll back 4 years later, right? We're not just going to go over one vote, which is potentially like where it's at.
Can you imagine that though, Jim?
Do it.
Can you imagine that though, Jim? If you were that one person whose vote made the difference between,
you'd be on the front page of the Sun, wouldn't you?
Exactly. Whose fault was it? We tracked him down.
A plum.
Can I just want to ask Kazoom a question. Do you really feel guilt when you enjoy something?
Yes.
Oh damn!
It's just so horrible. You have no idea.
No, then you're really enjoying wrong.
Yeah, you're not enjoying it properly.
It's from religious guilt, and then it's from the element of if people that are woke on Twitter might start judging things that I think in my mind, and then I'm just like, no, I can't enjoy anything anymore.
The reason why I don't go on Twitter is because I don't give a fuck about what people on Twitter have to say. So, and my life is better for it.
Yeah, like I said,
you're probably right.
My tweeting comes down to telling people they're fucking idiots.
Yeah, I mean, basically, and that's why, like, sometimes I have to limit my time on Facebook, because sometimes that brings me down too. And so, that's what I try to do, is try to avoid the things that make me unhappy. And if I don't do, and I find when I avoid those things, I'm a much happier person. And
we all had a life before there was an internet.
I think that you should monetize it. I think that instead of feeling guilty, go ahead and feel guilty or whatever, right? But if people want to comment about it on Twitter, go ahead and monetize that shit. Like, which bill were you going to pay for me this month? Like, I feel super guilty about it, but also it's my life. And so if you wanted to have like some kind of stake or say, then you should probably pay for some part of my life.
Here's an angle.
Here's my list of bills.
if you
Pick
pay
one.
for my gummy bears this month, then
Yeah,
you
then
will
that's
actually
right.
help towards my rehabilitation from
Yeah,
feeling guilt
there
about
you go.
those gummy
Like
bears.
monetize the fuck out of that shit, right?
Oh, no,
Whatever.
no. That's I mean, I know you're just being tongue in cheek, but that's everything that's wrong with the internet. Monetizing your guilt.
One
That's
thing,
just.
one thing I'm thinking here, because when because Jim and Brian helped me understand a little better the Brexit situation. So it sounds like to a far lesser degree, to be fair, but it sounds like the balkanization that's happening here is happening in the UK to a lesser degree.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is on different issues and down slightly different lines, but yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't there for it, but because the second round of lockdowns, I guess, got a lot of resistance, didn't it? I mean, the first set of lockdowns in the spring of 2020 pretty much got compliance until Dominic Cummings got caught testing his glasses.
More or less.
Yeah.
So another thing it makes me wonder, since I obviously you made a good point. Corbyn's British politics far left, and so the parliamentarians in the Labour Party weren't with him. So like, why the fuck did he end up being the party leader? That's the hard thing. That's kind of hard
because of the grassroots. The grassroots essentially, was what
it was amazing, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I mean,
it was.
Jeremy Corbyn is like, I'd never vote for, like, let me just say, I'd never vote for Jeremy Corbyn in a million years. He is not me. I'm sort of centre right, really, if anything, in UK terms. But it was interesting to watch. So what happened is, look, the Parliamentary Labour Party is centre left, right? And there's plenty of people like Tony Blair I voted for every time, right? I thought he was great. I know he's got failings. I know. I've just said in front of people, Tony Blair's great. I mean, nobody does that, do they? But I thought as a politician, as a leader, he was fucking great. But once he'd gone, Gordon Brown, competent politician, but shit leader, right? They needed somebody. And what happened is they had to have a left-wing candidate, right? They had to have one on the ticket. And the one they picked was Jeremy Corbyn. Why? Because he was so far left, nobody would vote for him. Nobody's going to vote for Jeremy Corbyn. Jeremy Corbyn held the record in the Houses of Parliament for disobeying his own party, right? He never, whatever the whip said, he did the fucking opposite. Right, so nobody's going to vote for Jeremy Corbyn.
I would actually, hang on. Sorry to push back against you, Jim, here, but unfortunately, that's precisely why people would vote for him.
Well, it was.
I being one of them.
You're not pushing back because that was. Yeah, no, exactly, absolutely, it was. They totally misjudged it, and it totally backfired in their face. And you had all these, so all the people that appealed to the centre ground suddenly were like, "Fuck, we've opened up a can of worms here, Pandora's box, if you like, and we can't put the lid back on now." and Jeremy Corbyn got in, and when they challenged him a couple of years later, it didn't work because his grassroots support was very, very solid. So it was a very, very strange circumstance. But when it came to it was really odd. When it came to the European question, he had to represent the Parliamentary Labour Party, which was Remain, but he wasn't Remain. John McDonnell,
he got the same sort of thing as Tony Benn.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the tradition. And John McDonnell was even more left-wing than he was. John McDonnell, who he employed as his chancellor, was even less inclined towards that, so it's a really strange situation, but that's how it came about. They didn't ever expect him to get in, and he got in.
Yeah, listen, friends, it's at the 4-hour mark, and I want to wind down the live show and continue the talk between ourselves in the after chat. So I would like to thank everybody in the comment section for being so kind spirited tonight compared to previous weeks on this channel, and I want to thank you all for showing up tonight. We've had 8 on the screen tonight for almost the whole show, so that's pretty cool. And as one more thing about the interviews, Jim, you're not aware of this yet, but I'm interviewing people who have ever been a guest host or host on the Breakfast Club. And if you'd like to be interviewed, it's voluntary. There's no requirement, of course. But
only
like
because I'm only aware because you've I watched your interview from the other day with Ravin. Yeah,
right.
As I knew her before. Yeah, which
so,
I really enjoyed. Nice tits, by the way. Right. I appreciated them more than Paul did. Just let
you
me say.
Typical male.
That's pretty funny. But anyway, so yeah, I've got about like 15 people so far lined up, and if you want to be number 16, that'd be great. And if not, that's no harm, no foul.
Definitely, yeah. We could probably do it a more reasonable hour, couldn't we?
Yeah, it'd be about hour and a half, maybe something like that. And
what I mean is, it doesn't have to be at 1 a.m, does it? It could be in the
no,
middle
it doesn't,
of the day.
because I'm pretty flexible, you know, with my schedule, so we can work something out. I'm sure we got weeks to do these things. It's not like there's any deadline, you know. Anyway, thanks for watching, everybody, and until